Wednesday. Here at the meeting is the land use meeting. We'll be talking for the energy, their climate action plan, and a few other items. The continued flooding, for the Tijuana River Valley, where Norris said yesterday that he live down in that area. What she's saying is not true. So stay tuned. It should be interesting. It's probably going to be pretty short because there's 5 items on consent, non-agenda, and then 2 items on discussion. And so probably we'll go pretty quickly, but stay tuned. Good morning, happy Wednesday. I am coming to you live from the Board of Supervisors meeting. This is the Wednesday land use which are on consent, and then there'll be 2 discussion items. So, morning, I'm here at San Diego County Board of Supervisors Land Use Session and Flood Control District to order. Today I'd like to keep our promise to never forget, and so of the events that occurred 23 years ago. Are you ready to start? Everyone? Yeah? Okay. So today I want to keep our promise to never forget the events that occurred 23 years ago on September 11th by observing a moment of silence this morning at 9/11. This is a moment for us to remember the lives lost on the tragic day, that courage of our first responders, and the responsibility we all have to protect each other in our democracy. I will pause the proceedings for a collective moment of silence at exactly 9/11. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Ryan for a roll call.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Supervisor Anderson.
Present.
Supervisor Montgomery Stepp.
Here. Supervisor
Desmond.
Here.
Vice Chair Lawson Reamer.
Here.
And Chairwoman Vargas.
Here. We will now hear the statement of remote participation from Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Chairwoman. The first item will be for Supervisor Desmond to make a statement about participating remotely and to state whether anyone over the age of 18 is in the room with them, as well as the relationship to the supervisor. And actually, I should have noted before I called the roll call that since Supervisor Desmond is participating via teleconference, as such, all votes will be handled by a roll call vote today. I will now hand it over to Supervisor Desmond.
Well, thank you, Ryan. I don't have the script in front of me, but I'm here because I'm getting over an illness, and I wouldn't want to sit next to me in a public meeting anyway. So with that, there's no one here under the age of 18. Thank you. Or over the age of 18, I'm sorry. There's nobody in the room at all. Thanks.
We're glad you're feeling better, sir. And thank you for not making anybody else sick. So, all right, with that, I'll turn over to County Council for the report of actions taken in yesterday's closed session.
Good morning. The Board of Supervisors met in closed session on September 10th, 2024 from 12:48 p.m. to 2:03 p.m. Districts 1, 2, 3, and 4 were present. District 5 was absent. The board took the following reportable action. On item number 20A, with board members from districts 1, 2, 3, and 4 present and voting aye. The board authorized county council to join 9 other counties in filing a petition for a writ of mandate in the California Court of Appeal challenging the Los Angeles Superior Court's ruling on the county's demurs. The case involves a claim that county sheriffs charge unreasonably high prices for commissary items in jail. End report.
Thank you.
All right. We will now proceed with non-agenda public communication.
Thank you, Chairman Vargas. We will now proceed with non-agenda public communication. This is an opportunity for the public to address the board on subject matters within the board's jurisdiction, but not an item on today's agenda. The only action the board may take is a referral to the Chief Administrative Officer. According to the board's rules of procedures, public speakers that are non-English speaking and need interpretation assistance will get twice the allotted time for their comments. As a reminder, according to the board's rules, audience members shall not whistle, clap, stomp feet, or anything that disrupts the proceedings. In accordance with the rules, we will have 5 speakers in person, 5 speakers by phone, and the rest of non-agenda public comment speakers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session. With that, I will go ahead and call the first 5 speakers in person. All right, so now we will begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, if you could please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. You'll then have 2 minutes to address the board. If you could please begin by stating your name for the audio record. Be calling for the first 3 individuals. Kendra, I believe it's Karila, sorry if I mispronounced that, Zora Fahim, and Parita Javier. You have 2 minutes to address the board, and again, if you could please start by putting your name on the record.
I wanted to speak about best overlapping evacuation zones and the impact of that issue. With last week's thermal runaway emergency...
Ma'am, can you move your mic?
Oh, so sorry. Can I back up a bit? Okay, thank you. With last week's thermal runaway emergency at AES BESS facility in Escondido, evacuations were ordered. AES has now proposed a second BESS, Seguro, 10 times larger than the AES Escondido BESS and only 1 mile away. Not only is Seguro a reckless, dangerous placement in a residential area, it also creates an overlapping evacuation zone for Palomar Health Center, Escondido, and Eden Valley residents. This map that I had shows the half-mile evacuation zones for the 2 BESS facilities, Seguro and Escondido. They intersect at Palomar Hospital. Placing North County's only trauma center in double peril is an absolute appalling proposal by AES. A shelter-in-place order for the hospital could last days to weeks. Admissions of trauma cases and expectant mothers would cease. Emergency and outpatient chemotherapy patients would not receive care. Family members could not visit any critical or patients in hospice care. Homeowners would have to disclose that they're being in proximity of 2 BESS facilities in their evacuation zones. Grapple with high possible loss of insurance, extreme devaluation of homes, evacuations, health impact, and more. The second map I had showed the overlapping of evacuation zones for 3 BESS, 2 in Escondido, the Goal Line, and Seguro. Incredibly, AES Seguro and AES Escondido BESS are in each other's 1
No, ma'am,
mile.
I want to make sure I clarify. Are you talking specifically about the battery energy storage?
I'm talking about overlapping evacuation zones from thermal runaway events. So this is not about the actual facilities. I'm talking about the evacuations zones around each facility are now overlapping on vital services and communities.
Okay.
So not the moratorium, not the M word. Okay. So incredibly, AES Seguro and AES Escondido BESS overlap each other's 1 mile evacuation zones. So in the event of a thermal runaway, one of the BESS facilities would have to evacuate. The dangers of BESS are clear. The placement of BESS must be scrutinized and regulated in order to keep our communities and vital services from being subjected to a double danger scenario. Thank you.
Hi, Hi, my name is Zora Fahim, president and founder of Los Angeles Alliance for Animals. We specialize in equine cruelty, and we are a coalition with very large animal rights groups who represent thousands of your voting San Diego County constituents. I'd like to ask the County Board of Supervisors, is there collusion as it relates to artesian horses? Is there a cover-up to protect county pure water interests because Craig Netwick owns Kingly Technologies, which make the chemical filtration membranes used to filter toilet water into drinking water? You have been shown, supervisors, horses that have been starved up there, horses that are emaciated, horses that are neglected, and you refuse to ensure that laws are being enforced. According to your San Diego County ordinance, you're required to enforce animal welfare laws. Why are you not enforcing the law? Supervisor Desmond, your chief of staff, and I'm your voting constituent in your district, and Shana has refused to meet with activists on this issue as it relates to many issues that Department of Animal Services has dropped the ball on. So when are we going to meet? When the officer arrived on March 2023, when there was an emaciated horse, the officer was concerned of neglect. So I suspect, Mr. Desmond, the information that's being relayed to you is inaccurate. You have all turned your back on equestrians in San Diego County, which is a large amount of community members in the county and voting constituents. You have turned your back on everyone who has a beating heart. So why is the County Board of Supervisors complicit in animal cruelty? I've lobbied for the 10 years of my life, and I've never met a governing board who is complicit to this. And you know, Mr. Anderson, being in Sacramento, I was your constituent. Every single year I used to go up there and speak to Heather, and I know you remember me because you wrote me a letter about AB 485, and I'd urge you to please speak up. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we're going to go ahead. I'm going to ask everyone to please join me in a moment of silence.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Ma'am.
Thank you, everyone. I appreciate you. Ma'am, give me 1 second. All right, thank you again. I don't know if any of my colleagues wanted to make any comments, or otherwise we can wait until the end of the meeting, okay? Go ahead, ma'am.
Sirs, moms, climate change warriors, USA Scouts, Purita and Cesar Javier with AOR, West Bank of Choyas Creek, District 9. The owner of toxic emitting home business has renewed its business tax permit for 38 fee annually. City Treasurer's Office has no regulatory authority. Sign the application, no question asked. But don't forget to pay, and you can do what you want in your business. City Code enforcement says, number 1, ceramics kiln business is exempt from permit. City Code Rule 11, paragraph 8. Which means the owner can locate, build, construct, operate anytime, day, state, and condition. Number 2, they advise us to get a land use and environment lawyers to validate the toxicity issue. Number 3, Supervisor Brennan referred us to the APCD, whose jurisdiction is air quality. Number 4, further, she declared that CCED has nothing to do with business permit. The police fire and hazard material specialist responded by cannot investigate simply because the business has permit. D9, staff needs.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up, and I'll call the final 2 speakers for in-person this morning, Cesar Javier and Robert Gurman.
Good morning. You have heard it. Who cheated? the applicant owner, and the crafter of the law in the implementation of a vague, crook recipe Municipal Code Rule 11, exempting toxic emitting industrial makeshift. The permit, business tax permit, allows them to locate, construct beyond imagination regarding regulatory standard. So they can operate anytime they want. What about us resting, working, enjoying the life in our backyard? We are vulnerable, ma'am, and we have brought this issue since 2021 to our district commander, Rivera, only to discover that he is a representative of the governing body of the Air Pollution Control District with their classmate, Madam Vargas and Madam Remer. Consistent absentee. Why? Why? Rule 11 is vague and very, very cruel. It is impacting humans and the thing, including the bee, including the flora and fauna in our community, now predominantly Asian Americans. Do you hate us?
Sir, can you please state your name for the... Sir, and also please just state your name for the record.
I know, sir. That's why we're here. Thank you so much.
We just need you to say your name, sir. Okay. Well, I think it's Javier, right? Javier?
Cesar Javier,
Thank you,
Boy
sir.
Scout, USA.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
This is a follow-up to the spear hangers at Gillespie Field in El Cajon. That's a 12-page prospectus, a sales prospectus on just one of the 24 hangars. Oh, my name is Robert Gurman. How is this facility different from renting a hangar at any other airport? This unique experimental hangar ownership is rarely available at other airports. How is title to my hangar held? You are purchasing a condominium leasehold interest in the property. This gives you title to your hangar building areas and a leasehold ownership of your part of the underlying land for the duration of the ground lease. The land is held through 2030 through a master ground lease. This is normally called an air park, and it is normally on a private property. I have not been able to find a situation like this or a development like this on any public-owned airport or property. And I have another slide, I believe. And the color area, the green is the new Amazon warehouse. The legend explains the color, but the biggest increase in property is the 70 acres that's striped and the blue area. Those are two lease holders that are pretty much given up their leases. They have not renewed them, and they are susceptible to this kind of development. Is that what we want in El Cajon, are condominiums? If we do at the airport, if we do approve that, then these condominiums should be under the inclusion ordinance and be available, a certain percentage should be available to the homeless. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now hear from those that have requested to speak by phone. Callers will be heard at the turn to speak. You'll be unmuted, then you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'd like to remind the callers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking, and we'll go ahead and begin with our first caller.
Bold. There have recently been a lot of excessive power outages. Grids spin and powers cut to thousands. Looks like we'll soon have to choose between our refrigerators and AC and charge EVs to get away from the fire. Climate hysteria sucks. There are other gases besides carbon dioxide to worry about. On November 15th of last year, I asked, what are the supervisors doing to use poison plastics like FCs or BPA, which end up in the sky along with lead from av fuel and the classic GHGs. Now, cyanide and other crap, which 2 expert teams have found in the TJ Valley, and it's still dangerous, are building up. Nora, and please don't minimize it. Is air pollution control or carbon monitoring this? Doing anything to control this? Chairwoman, the article I sent points out what is logical also, that politics and air could affect the weather too. Maybe you can use corn waste to make shopping bags to replace plastic instead of leaky paper. People might actually like this better. And the world is shifting, literally. The North Pole shifted 17 inches periodically. The point is that this affects the weather and climate, causing shifts in things like polar vortex, causing certain places to become hotter, colder, and it is hotter. We seem to be a bit cooler. The volcanic cycle comes and goes too, releasing massive clouds of that pesky gas.
Thank you. Your time is up. We'll go to our next speaker.
And can we just remind folks to ensure that if they want to speak on a specific item on the agenda today, I think that was borderline Tijuana River Valley. And so please, can you please stay? Right now we are on non-agenda public comment. If you have a comment on an agenda item, if you could please go ahead and wait until we get into that agenda, please.
Thank you. Consuelo.
Are you talking to me?
No, Consuelo, you can go ahead and begin your comments. Thank you.
Okay, got it. This is Consuelo. Okay, so what I want to say is the government claims the right to tax you. The government claims the right to write rules for you to obey. Legislation, regulation, licensing. This government claims the right to punish you for disobedience. But yet, when they go against their own rules, laws, regulations, who do they answer to? They don't. In short, the government claims ownership of you. Reminder, our world is not divided by race, color, gender, religion, political party. Our world is divided into wise people and fools. And fools divide themselves by race, color, gender, religion, political party. Wake up, San Diego, wake up, humanity, get involved, and know that we are, in fact, paying for our own enslavement. These political puppets, they don't care. They never have. They're just trying to keep a job. That's all I wrote.
Thank you. We'll go to our next speaker.
Hello, this is Catherine Rhodes, and what I wanted to talk about today was Silver Strand State Park for 1,000 spots for homeless. And so anyway, yesterday on September 10th, Lisa Haverstadt wrote a great report regarding the loss of hundreds of shelter beds. And remember, because of SB 43, the county is now in charge of the homeless and the poor and people who are drug addicts that don't have a place to live. So now the homeless situation has left the city and is now the county's problem. So anyway, in her report, which was lovely, She mentions a few times how the City of San Diego Fire Marshal is in charge of Golden Hall and in charge of the temporary permits. And these temporary permits can just be renewed. And so what the fire marshal asked for is very basic. He asked for some fire measures and for a new roof because it leaks. If you guys invested $9 million in there, there's 500 more people that you won't have to put into the private prisons that are coming online at the beginning of the year. Private prisons for the poor and the homeless, not just for people who need help, people who just literally need support and need housing first, at least the opportunity to try housing first. And so the other thing what they need for, let's say, some of the tents in Balboa Park, the fire marshal wrote them a letter saying they needed to have a water access and they had to have 6-inch platforms under each tent for flooding. It's just very basic. You guys actually approved this when you approved your updated zoning ordinance and your adoption of.
Thank you. Your time is up. We'll go to our next speaker.
My name is Annie, and my comment is public, non-public comment. Sorry.
You may proceed with your comments.
Oh, thank you. Good morning. I'm calling in regards to, my name is Annie, and I'm calling in regards to the horses in the Artesian Road again. First of all, thank you for commemorating the 9/11. Any kind of loss is a loss for all. Whether we know the person, we know the individuals, we know the puppies, we know the babies, we know the humans. It's very important that we realize every life matters. And these horses do matter. They are dying, they're dropping down, and nobody is taking any kind of action. These innocent beings are locked in a situation where they cannot speak up for themselves, they cannot come out of the locked up situation, where favoritism is being played here, obviously, where the county people that keep going and coming back saying, oh, everything is A-okay, because there's an underlying contract going on. It is wrong to compromise any life. If these were dogs or children, we would not think twice to go remove them from the sewer that they are living on, which is so destructive to their legs, to their eyes, to their bodies, but also that they are forced to eat from. This is inhumane even in medieval times. What are we doing here? You are responsible to change this. We've been begging and pleading every single meeting to be heard enough.
Thank you. Your time is up, and we'll go to our fifth and final caller for this morning. Our caller is Ron Miguel. You may have your phone on mute. Ron, we'll come back to you.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Madison Rapp. I wanted to address you today to say that I am grateful that the city of Carlsbad, where I live, recently banned smoking in multi-unit housing. I live in a townhome, and I have 3 young children, including a 9-month-old baby. Secondhand smoke is bothersome to most people and unhealthy to everyone. There is no safe level of secondhand smoke. My 7-year-old is especially sensitive to allergens and smoke and gets itchy eyes and a cough when exposed to pollutants in the air. Sharing 2 of the walls of my home with neighbors makes me all the more aware of the quality of the air surrounding my home. Just the other day, I was out front hanging out with my kids when my neighbor started smoking, and the smoke drifted over and lingered by us for long enough that I had to get my kids and head inside. My husband and I have lived in multi-unit housing for the whole 10 years we have been married, as we are part of the generation that is finding it difficult to afford single-family housing, even as our education and income have gone up over the years. More education and more income do not necessarily lead to the ability to afford a single-family home, especially here in San Diego County. I'm sure I don't need to tell you that. Someday I would love to live in a house without having to share walls, but for now, we and many young families that live in condos are at the mercy of our neighbors and their choices when it comes to smoking, whether tobacco or marijuana. Research shows that up to 65% of the air in an apartment can come from other units in the building, and that secondhand smoke drifts under doors, through windows, hallways, and ventilation ducts. We all have the right to breathe clean, smoke-free air, especially in our homes. Again, good job to Carlsbad passing this, and I hope other cities in San Diego County will consider adopting a smoke-free multi-unit housing policy as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes the request for non-agenda public communication this morning. And just again, a reminder for all remaining speakers, they will be heard at the conclusion of today's session.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you to all the speakers. The next item on the agenda is our consent calendar, items number 1 to 4. And so we're going to proceed with the information of our consent calendar. I'm sorry, we didn't do the minutes. Sorry. We need to do the minutes first. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is the approval of our statement of proceeding minutes for the Board Supervisor of Land Use, August 28, 2024, Flood Control District meeting of August 28, 2024. Is there a motion to approve the minutes? Is there a second? Okay, seeing no other discussion, please vote. Oh, we have to get a roll call.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. Get to the screen here, and we'll do roll call. Chairwoman Vargas.
Yes.
Supervisor Anderson? Aye. Supervisor Lawson-Remer?
Aye.
Supervisor Montgomery-Stepp?
Yes.
And Supervisor Desmond?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present voting aye.
Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. So we'll now proceed with the formation of the consent calendar, item 1 through 4, Flood Control District 1. All agenda items on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be acted upon the motion. Public speakers will be able to comment. I do, and I have comments to make, but I want to make sure that I just share with you something on item number 3 before, which is the Tijuana River Valley specifically, because I want to make sure that folks know where we're at with this item. As many of you, I'm deeply concerned about the persistent odors and health risks, and I want to reassure you that we're doing everything possible as a public healthcare agency to protect the wellness and safety of our residents. I have asked, first and foremost, I want to say thank you to our public health department and our environmental team. Both Dr. Kodakian and Heather Buonomo are both here today, and so I'm going to ask Dr. Kodakian to come up here and share a couple of the findings. And as she's coming up here, I want to make sure that everyone knows that in trying to address this public health care threat, I've officially requested on behalf of the county, and the county has the Center of Disease Control and the California Republic of Health to investigate the health impacts of the cross-border pollution. The goal of the investigation is to really identify any potential link between the pollution and health issues and allowing us to mitigate these risks. As a result, the National Center for Environmental Health and the Agency for Toxic Substance and Disease Registry are now collaborating with the county to develop an EPI-8, an urgent response to effort designed to help address these concerns. I think it's important to emphasize that we're trying some short-term solutions, including air purifiers and working with APCD. In the end, I think it's really important to emphasize that the Air Pollution Control District is responsible for regulatory monitoring and regulating this pollution as the lead agency that ensures the air quality of our region. And so we're working alongside with them. I'm a board member of APCD. We'll be attending the meeting on Thursday to make sure that we talk about some of these items, including additional resources from CARB, California Air Resources Board, which I represent on behalf of, as the governor's appointee, and also working with the EPA on trying to get additional dollars for resources, filters, and other items that we're trying to address. And so that will be discussed at APCD. But I'm sharing this with you right now because I want to thank our public health department, because when we heard the information directly from the newspaper about what was happening, we went ahead on Monday, and the San Diego County Hazardous Incidents Response Team, alongside with researchers, went out there and did some immediate testing. And I want to make sure that Dr. Kadakian, if you can share with the public how unique this team is, that it only goes out when there's an emergency, because I think it's very important that people understand what the role of the county is. So I'm going to turn it over to you, ma'am.
Good morning, Chairwoman. Good morning, members of the board. Yes, as soon as we received reports from researchers who have been conducting independent research in the South County, we immediately deployed our Hazardous Incidents Response Team, which functions as a part of our Department of Environmental Health and Quality. This team, who is expertly trained and has been in multiple incident responses similar to what they were deployed for in terms of the hydrogen cyanide reports that we were receiving, deployed immediately and were there during the daytime as well as late night hours in order to collect samples using multiple instruments and providing accurate readings. And because of the information that they were able to provide, we were able to then let the public know that we did not have an imminent threat of danger related to hydrogen cyanide. We are independently working with the Air Pollution Control Board as well in order to have sensors and additional testing, and working with our California Department of Public Health, the EPA, and the CDC, who will be here in our county in the near future to also conduct community assessment surveys in order to identify public health actions and public health information that can also assist with the sewage situation that is occurring in the South region. I cannot emphasize enough the Public Health Department as well as the county is very concerned about what is happening to the quality of life that residents in South region have to live with. No one should be living in these conditions, and it is unacceptable, and we will do everything that we can as a public health department along with the county and our board of supervisors to allay the situation.
Thank you. And I want to make sure we share this, because I think that the Tijuana River Valley continues, the crisis continues to demand our collective efforts of all agencies. We have to remember that the root of the problem is the infrastructure in the sewage plant, the sewage that's coming out. We've been trying to address this issue now for decades. People before me have been working on this, but I think for the first time we're seeing synergy between all of the agencies working together, and we have to make sure that we do this right, and we have to make sure that the information that's coming out to the public is the correct information, because we don't want people to be scared, and we want to make sure we understand that the odor is one that is horrible. I've smelled it, I know. But for where we are right now, the imminent threat to people's health is not one where we want people to stay home and not go to school. And so we'll continue to do that work. We're going to continue to work with APCD to make sure that we are able to get the information to our communities on a timely basis, so that if there is an imminent threat, they understand what they need to do in the next steps, while at the same time fighting for funding so that the infrastructure of the treatment plan and that Mexico is also doing their part so that we can fix this problem once and for all. So I wanted to make sure that everybody had that bigger context as we're moving forward with this item, because there's been a lot of information. And again, I really want to thank Dr. Kadakian and Heather for all of their work. Our county team has been working tirelessly on this issue. So with that, thank you very much for coming up here. And if my colleagues have any questions, we'll let you know. With that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Supervisor Anderson. Do you have any items that you would like to pull for discussion, sir?
No.
Supervisor Montgomery Stepp? No. Supervisor Desmond?
No items to pull, but I'll move to approve the consent calendar unless somebody else already has.
No, not yet. Supervisor Vice Chair Lawson-Remer? No items. Okay, thank you. I don't have any other items to pull either, but I do want to say thank you to the team for the stop signs and the approval of that, particularly in my district. Our communities have been needing some of that work for a while, so appreciate it. With that, we have a motion and a second, and now we're going to turn it over to the public, right? Oh, I'll second it. Second. Yeah. All right, so let me go ahead and turn it over to the public for public comment.
Thank you, Chairman Vargas. We have 29 total requests to speak on items on the consent calendar, 8 coming from individuals in person, and 21 requesting to speak by phone. Any individuals that have requested to speak on items on the consent calendar by phone, if you could please dial in the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll go ahead and begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, if you could please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak. I'd like to invite forward the first 3 individuals: Sarah Davidson, Bethany Case, and Greg Brow. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and if you could please begin by stating your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Davidson, and I manage the Clean Border Water Now program at the Surfrider Foundation. I speak today on behalf of our 4,000 members across the county. I want to thank Mayor Paloma Aguirre, Dr. Kim Prather, and Dr. Paula Stigler-Granados for their persistence in seeking to understand the severe public health implications of the transboundary pollution in the Tijuana River Valley. I also thank you, Chair Vargas, and the board for declaring a county-wide emergency last year. We support the continuing of that declaration, but it must be the starting point, not the end point. Really, what is the point in having an emergency declaration if it does not help you to access funding and immediate relief for our residents when they need it? All the data collected from academic experts at reputable institutions suggests that there are dangerous levels of hydrogen sulfide in the air in South County, and it is not safe to breathe. More than 30,000 residents living in close proximity to the Tijuana River desperately need appropriate air purifiers and a declaration of emergency at state and federal levels. This is the single most significant public health and environmental justice emergency in the county right now, and it's ongoing. We urge you to use, to work with academic institutions that are leading the way in the research to identify public health risks, to see that this is indeed an emergency demanding an urgent response, to communicate that clearly to the public, and to act accordingly with all of the resources that the emergency declaration allows and all of your other toolboxes at the county level. We implore all of you on the board and all of us in this room to find the courage to ask ourselves what more we can do and then to do it. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Bethany Case. I'm in support of this proclamation, and I thank you for the history of it. I'm a 15-year resident of Imperial Beach, where we own 2 homes. Our children go to school, and my husband and I teach within a mile of the river channel. My husband and I have very recently had teary conversations about moving. Additionally, I've been working on advocacy and education on this issue since 2017. I often have headaches and GI issues with no known cause. Our household and community is impacted now more than ever because of this pollution crisis. We need immediate relief, including, and we need a declaration of emergency at both state and federal levels. Ms. Vargas, the information from the press conference yesterday disgusted residents. We should be scared. You tell us not to be scared and to send our kids to school, but if we have AC, it's better. The most disheartening thing about all this is that you're directly opposing detailed studies by academic institutions with a pop-in and a handful of the county's people, and you won't let the team go back in. The county is blocking that. I'm not sure how you expect to keep your position when the denial goes against UCSD, SDSU, and UT Austin after weeks, months of intensive study. Go stay the night at the campground, please, where we have to breathe. We're drowning, and you're worried about your career, and I cannot wrap my head around that. Thank you.
I remind folks that we have guidelines, and clapping is not allowed in the chambers. And so that is your first information on this. If you continue to disrupt the meeting, we're going to ask you to leave. Go ahead, sir.
As the next individuals going forward, I'll call the next couple speakers: Mary Doyle, Matt Henry, and allegedly Audra.
Hi, my name is Greg Brown. I'm coming today here to talk about the DH land provision. I submitted a letter to all of you requesting that you don't pass the land provision due to the fact that it will dramatically reduce density and affect housing throughout the county, not only for planning areas within the county of San Diego, but also incorporated areas such as Solana Beach, Carlsbad, Del Mar, Poway, and more. While I understand the revision is well-intentioned, I'm deeply concerned about the potential negative effects it will have on both the residents and the legal liabilities that it will create for the county. First and foremost, the new land provision introduced increased costs and a more complex approval process, both for single lots and for new development projects. This is counterintuitive to our goals to improving housing affordability and availability and development. It is in direct conflict with Government Code Section 65589.5. The revision is in direct contradiction, will impose higher costs and complexity. Moreover, the policy conflicts with our county goals and our zoning regulations and our general plan. The requirement to increase minimum lot sizes and reduce allowable density disrupts our established zoning ordinances and planning framework. It also goes against Government Code Section 65860. By mandating increased lot sizes and reducing density, the policy effectively overrides the essential planning framework. The proposed revisions.
Thank you. Your time is up. We'll go to our next speaker.
Hello. Good morning, all. My name is Mary Doyle. I have lived in Imperial Beach for 18 years. I'm a retired Mar Vista High science teacher, among other things, and a former South Bay Union School District School Board member. And I'm coming here asking you to please proclaim the local emergency for the U.S.-Mexico transboundary pollution environmental crisis and send copies to our federal government, to the White House, and to our governor. But I'm using this moment to decry yesterday's announcement that we are safe from cyanide and the hydrogen sulfide gases. I request that you continue testing for these gases consistently over a sufficient period of time and a number of sites that are biostatistically determined. That is not enough data. You so quickly declared that our air is safe yesterday. For our children, our elderly, our immunocompromised, you have not demonstrated that the air is safe. The data is not there. This local emergency should emphasize the dire situation that South Bay residents are enduring. First, we are told not to go into the water. Now we are told not to breathe. And then yesterday we are told to breathe again. For years, citizens, regular citizens, have been told all we can do is write letters. We have. We are past that stage. Fix it now. Tell our local, federal, state government officials this is a state of emergency. Consistently test our air and send air purifiers. This is for the entire county. It is awful. Thank you.
Thank you. Go to our next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Matt Henry. I am an Imperial Beach resident, a homeowner, a dad of 6, and immunocompromised. I'm fighting terminal brain cancer. Don't worry, it's not contagious. Here's the deal. We just got home from a 2-month travel, and the moment we got home, our kids just could not breathe. They all had gastrointestinal problems. They're coughing and barking like they have croup, and they're way older than that. We went to the South Bay Urgent Care, and they immediately did chest x-rays. It's like we lost whatever tolerance we had for it in just a short while of clean air. This is not anecdotal. This is like real things. I'm a worried dad, you guys. Like, I'm up all night researching what's a right air purifier. We bought as many as we could, and I'm on a fixed income, and now our electric meter is just spinning off of its axis. Is this like a real problem for us? I'd love eye contact. That'd be awesome. All right. Listen, it's a real problem for us. Like, I don't know what to do except for advocate, and if you would please advocate at the highest level, every way that you can. A state of emergency at a federal level would bring in FEMA. It's totally reasonable by law. It can be a man-made thing. It doesn't matter. It's not Mexico's problem. It's my problem when my kids can't breathe, and I'm up all night, and I've got a migraine today going, is it brain cancer? Is it pollution? But I know this, you can't just test once and say it's okay. You have to test throughout the day. It's at night when the marine layer brings it down that we smell it the worst. The wind moves air around. Like, we have to test regularly. This is a real problem. I would love it if you just take it as seriously as possible, bring it to the highest level, and I really do appreciate those who are moving forward. We've got more attention on this issue than ever before. Let's use that momentum. Let's please, like, push it as hard as you can. And cool craft idea for the kids. Thank you.
Thank you. As our next speaker is coming forward, I'll call the final two speakers in person. I believe it's Ernie Hobbs and Sonia Robinson.
My person uses the name Audra. It's interesting to see what you pay attention to, Nora. Half the time when people were speaking, you were speaking to the assistant CAO, and that's very sad. Just with number one, the Traffic Advisory Committee, you're going to drive us into walking by basically slowing the speed limits down so slow, but that's your point, is to get us out of our vehicles. On the wastewater treatment, I'm wondering why you're not doing that with the Tijuana River Valley. Is that what you're waiting for? And then for you to sit there and say yesterday that these are about health risks. All you have to do is talk to the people that live there and see what they're experiencing. But instead you want to sit up there on your dais and act like you're doing something about it when you could be begging and pleading to the state and federal government for way longer than it's been going on to make sure that they're doing what needs to be done to protect the community. But instead you want to do a press conference. Yeah, you roll your eyes, I don't care. You're the one who said it yesterday. Why'd you say that? It's a slap in the face to the people that are actually experiencing that. But you don't care like you should. And it's surprising because you could get more money. And yesterday we were talking about a hazardous mitigation. And it's like, there's money coming in for FEMA for that. Why aren't you vying for that on a massive scale? It's taken decades. You've been working on this for decades, Nora. And plus, then we have radiation control. That's also something that is putting people's health at risk, like all of these battery storage facilities, all the electric vehicles, LED lighting, Wi-Fi, all of these things emit radiation that is actually detrimental to people's health. If you really cared about the people, you wouldn't sit there and lie to them to their faces and on TV saying, it may smell bad, but you're safe.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yeah, my name's Ernie Hobbs. I own San Diego Septic. I own a couple of houses here in San Diego County. I've got 3 kids. My concern is I'm here for the Department of Environmental Health's LAMP. I strongly encourage you to not approve it, at least not until we have revised it some more. I will say I feel like these are useless. I feel like we don't get heard. There are things in there that are against rules and regulations already in place, which was brought up earlier by Greg Brown Jr. My concern is they have to come up with a new LAMP. If there's not something they're fixing, why are they creating a new rule? If there was an issue, if there were problems, I don't know. If sewage water was getting into something, all of a sudden they needed to create a new setback, fine, we'll solve the problem. But if they're just creating rules to create rules, then we're gonna create more and more difficulty for housing. And anyhow, that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Sonia Robinson. I'm here speaking on behalf of Sustainable Urban Network. I'm also the chair of the Environmental and Climate Justice Committee with the NAACP. I have a different tone and position than what I've just recently heard. As chair, I had an opportunity to speak to some water sewage experts to let me know how complex this issue is. And I would actually like to thank Chairwoman Vargas, as well as Vice Chair Lawson Reamer, Supervisor Montgomery Stepp, also Supervisor Jim Desmond, as well as Joe Anderson, in addressing the toxic sewage pollution. I do support this proclamation. I personally love our community and our people, and I also believe that our actions show how much we care about our community, and I want to thank you for working on this matter diligently and applying the resources you've obtained recently from the federal level, from the state level, and even here locally. I would like to also state that knowing that this issue is an extreme tragedy and the health impacts on our family, on our residents, not just in South Bay, but on the surrounding areas, on our children as well as adults. So I just want to encourage you to lean in on the evidence-based research that shows that toxicity doesn't just remain, as we already know, in the water, but it also impacts, as other speakers said, our air quality and other health impacts. So I believe your actions do demonstrate the power of connections and opportunities to move us forward to a healthier natural environment. And again, I want to thank you for the actions to repair this tragedy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
No, we're just going to go to the phone callers. Thank you. We will now hear from those that have requested to speak by phone. Again, when it's your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted and you'll hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'd like to remind the callers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking, and we'll go ahead and begin with our first caller.
Larry Newcomb. Regarding item number 2, I would really like to compliment Greg Brown and the other speaker who well articulated the issues to oppose the lamp or have it sent back for additional revision. The lamp, as it has been written, if you would cut it in half and put it on top of each other, it would be equal to a typical novel by Charles Dickens. Very difficult to comprehend. It has overkill with monitoring wells, but it increased the cost significantly. There's unknown details about permitting, for clarity anyway. There's no drainage course definition. There's a lack of clarity on setbacks. There's no option of a nitrate mass balance. They just refer to a chart which oversizes lots. Similar issues like Mr. Brown referenced. There's many other issues. We recommend that we return it to DEHQ County for more revision and maybe even condense it to less than a book. It's one of those pass it before you can read it that's going to have significant consequences to the public who pay the bills. Because as a private sector consultant, I just pass these costs on to my client, and it's not right. The last speaker really articulated everything very, very well. And so I would ask you to reject this ordinance as it's being presented and return it back for more revision. Thank you very, very much. Oh, by the way, I've been a consultant in my own business for the last 30 years.
Thank you. Your time is up. We'll go to our next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Virginia Castellanos. My comment is specifically for Nora Vargas. I'm one of the district school nurses for SBUSD and a longtime proud IB resident. I have grown very concerned about the smell and the exposure to toxins that are coming from the Tijuana sewage. Specifically, I'm concerned about the short and long-term effects on the health of our students and their education. As a district school nurse for Oneonta and VIP, I have seen an increase in children coming into the health office, complaining of headaches and stomach aches. Sadly, most school days, the smell is so intense, I myself get nauseated and have to work through my symptoms. I am certain that this environmental crisis is also affecting the ability for the students to focus in class and remain at school. Our district is already facing record low enrollment numbers, and this environmental crisis will only exacerbate that problem. As I mentioned earlier, I have lived in IB over 10 years and have noticed the increase in severity of sewage smell, and nothing I have done, like closing my windows, has helped to keep the smell out. My children who attend IB charter are starting to report headaches and stomach aches. My youngest child, who has asthma, has been losing sleep and has missed school as her asthma has severely flared up. I am very concerned for the well-being of all students in our district. I appreciate everything that has been done thus far, but obviously it has not been enough. Please be our voice and continue to put the pressure on our leaders like Governor Newsom to declare a state of emergency so we can jumpstart and mitigate the serious health issue sooner than later. Our students need to be healthy, to be educated. They are our future. Our students, kids, and community deserve clean air. Nora Vargas, do what's ethical. Stop gaslighting the community of Imperial Beach with their unscientific claims that the air is safe to breathe. IB deserves better. Thank you.
Thank you. Go to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Gambler. You may be muted. We'll come back to you. Our next speaker is Catherine Rhodes.
Hi, this is Catherine Rhodes. First, you cannot have President Biden declare a national state of emergency before our Governor Newsom declares a California state of emergency. He has to actually invite the federal government in. So, my recommendation on how to get President Biden here is to have him come here and declare, last week or this within the last week, our congressional delegation said that they're going to have a new water management plan, and the EPA is going to now be the lead agency. And so I was going to ask Chair Nora Vargas if you could somehow get the EPA to be part of SANDAG also, so that, and then have them all go to the border committee and actually have this issue in SANDAG on the border committee so that we all have a place to go to. And then, I want to mention for other people, in the audience, if we could get President Biden and Kamala Harris to come here to get the site on the EPA's Superfund National Priorities List. This is exactly what we need. And so the priority list, how you get it on is you ask for it to be put on. And so I would say that the president should come here and declare it a national priority, and then we could get free money right away, and it'll be an emergency. And also the Center for Disease Control, Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry, if they issue a public health advisory, then it gets put onto this national priorities list right away. So thank goodness the CDC is going to be coming to San Diego, but what we need is the Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry to issue a public health advisory.
Thank you. Your time is up. We'll go to our next caller.
All about transboundary crisis. It's good that you only spent $100,000 on air purifiers because they aren't working as planned. Also, it's a crying shame that after all the fuss about having a congressional delegation visiting the border, all they did was call for another emergency declaration. You need to act yourselves and not put it on someone else all the time. The recent discovery of hydrogen cyanide in the air highlights the need to act, not do things to prevent the crisis. People are there, by the way, are worried old in any amount is hazardous. Telling them how to think, Nora, and that everything is okay is wrong and untrue. Just handheld air pollution detectors, line the river with concrete, set up retention reservoirs, but just do it. And the storm drain stuff. It is now 7.5 months since the January storm that caused it. Why is it taking so long to fix a few sewers? Why do we continue to throw money at this? The board letter says that if approved, the request will result in a total construction cost, including contingencies, of $6.25 million. That is exactly what the August 27th request said. Who's tracking these expenses? The Radiation Control, after reminding us that there are many forms of radiation and there is a law, the board...
Thank you. Your time is up. We'll go to our next caller.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. This is Ann Riddle here. I called in to speak to item number 1 on the consent calendar, but because after I first got married, I lived in National City, I became enamored with the South Bay area, and I feel like I should speak to 3 because I'm a lifelong San Diego County citizen, born here, went to school here, and I have thought for a long time it's a travesty that our South Bay beaches have been closed for 3 years. Who lives in this area? And I understand as best as I can that there are administrative hurdles, but we all must admit that bad water quality and air quality affects the health of everybody. And any time your health is compromised, it has to become the highest priority of how we spend our time and energy. I have often spoken at Board of Supervisors about my concern regarding the amount of money that's been thrown at opening marijuana businesses in the unincorporated area where nobody wants them. Why can't we use the money here to help the citizens of South Bay instead of tangential items like enabling an addictive business model? And so I'd like to throw my voice in behalf of those who live, particularly those who are raising children in the South Bay, and affirm how important this must become on the top of the list of how we spend our county's money and our staff time. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go hear from our next speaker.
Hi, Consuelo. Unbelievable. Why did it take an article in the newspaper? Why wasn't our local government proactive enough in finding out before any independent source? Really, Dr. Lady, not an immediate health threat. Tell that to the ones who have been affected for years by this sewage issue. Nora Vargas herself has stated that she could have taken care of this issue years ago while serving on another board. Not sure if she said it here at the Board of Supervisors or at a SANDAG meeting, but the fact is that she didn't care enough when she could have. And salt to the wound, this is salt to the wound, okay? This chair wastes $41,000 a month on security of our money, and yet these South Bay County residents get these cheap air purifiers that were not only cheap, but they capped them off at $100,000, and you had to be in a lottery in order to get one. I mean, you guys got to not let this go. This is where we're at because we continue believing and having faith in a governmental system that does not serve us. Government has failed over and over and over again. This local government moves incrementally to destroy. And that's no conspiracy, okay? No conspiracy theory, at least. It is a conspiracy, but not a theory. It's what's so. It's evidence. There's proof. San Diego County is one of the most powerful counties in the state, if not even possibly the country. These monsters are genuinely feel that they're untouchable because they're backed. but they're not. It's up to us. It's up to us to all come together, regardless of your political party or where you are demographically. It's time. And it's time to pay attention to these puppets. This is all being done on purpose. As I said, no conspiracy about it. Get involved, not just...
Thank you. Your time is up. We'll go to our next caller.
Hello, my name is Kate Tillman, and I'm speaking on Agenda 3.
Oh, you can...
Hey, you there?
Yes, you can continue with your comments.
Hello. I live in Imperial Beach. We moved here 2 years ago from New York, where I actually worked in local government in New York. I studied environmental law at Syracuse University, and I also have a master's in childhood education. I have 2 young sons. They just turned 7 and just turned 9. And since moving here, I gotta speak quick. There's a lot in 2 minutes, but basically, I lost a vision, half my vision in my left eye from getting pink eye for 2 months. It was crazy, and I unfortunately am allergic to pink eye medicine. And every medicine they gave me, well, it didn't make it better. So I've lost some vision in my left eye from getting pink eye from living here, and the sewage is in the air. It's obvious. We took a walk at the Tijuana estuary, and my 6-year-old and I came home that night and just vomiting, and so we haven't been back since. When money is valued more than the health and safety of citizens, then we are definitely failing our children. I mean, I don't want to sound arrogant, but it doesn't take a genius to understand the impacts of dumping toxins into the water supply. Like, if you have a basic understanding of watershed, like, it's not just about the odors. It's a very, it's a very basic understanding of when you dump toxins in water, it affects the whole ecosystem. So yes, it's way more than just the odors. And the fact that when the the scientists that are pulled in here to test the air, their supervisors don't let them sleep here at night in fear of them getting affected in a negative way. How is it okay for the citizens to breathe in the air? I don't understand.
Thank you. Your time is up. We'll go to our next speaker.
Hi, my name is Haley Wolf. I am a longtime resident born in Imperial Beach and a small business owner. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for coming together today to talk about a serious issue we face in Imperial Beach and our neighboring San Diego areas. The sewage crisis has affected all of us and kept our beaches closed for over 1,000 days. Our wonderful coastline, where we should be making memories with our family, is now unsafe. As we walk along the beach, we have to tell our kids, don't go near the water, it's not safe. It breaks my heart to see their excitement replaced with disappointment and fear. The air is filled with unpleasant smells, forcing us to keep our windows closed at night. Many of us don't have air conditioning, so we suffer in the heat just to avoid those harmful fumes. My kids often struggle to breathe with congested nose. Congested nose are normal for them. They should be playing and laughing outside, not worrying the most, is now suffering because of pollution. It's heartbreaking to see nature struggling while we fight for our own health. In closing, the sewage crisis is taking away our environment, of our beaches, our health, and our children's futures. We need to unite and demand clean water and air for everyone. We all deserve to enjoy the beautiful environment that we live in. It's just the basis of human rights to have clean air and water. That is what we're asking for this Board of Supervisors to please show up for our community, and especially for our children and our environment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll go to our next speaker.
Gambler here. How you guys doing? And yes, it was in the Board of Supervisors meeting where Nora said she's been working on this problem for 30 years. But let's be honest with each other. She wasn't really working on the problem. She was profiting from the problem for 30 years. She chose not to fix the problem so that she could go ahead and stay elected, stay in these positions, act like she's doing something, when clearly in the last 30 years, one of her pride goals is working on this issue. And now, in order to solve it, they must make it tougher for individuals to make additions to their houses and all that stuff, basically selling their property to these big organizations so that they could rebuild San Diego. Because that's their partner in fixing the problem. Their partner is the ones that is going to basically make it tougher for individuals to actually do anything. We want to move all of San Diego into a corporate. Why? Obviously, you're making money off of it. And obviously, if someone goes ahead and says something you don't like, you find any way and stretch the truth to prevent them from going ahead and seeking answers. Don't worry. I had this planned a long-ass time ago. So I hope you guys are right when it comes down to the end of the election, because all this should be exposed if election fraud gets exposed the way that I said it was. Matter of fact, the way that I taught people here how to do it. Please don't do it. Donald Trump has an ungodly amount of lawyers working on that problem, and he's going to prosecute everyone on both sides doing it. So good luck hiding it after that. On top of that, you have other organizations doing the same thing. What, you thought I was going to be the one? I wanted you to fix the problem.
Thank you. Your time is up. We'll go to our next speaker.
Veronica Smithy, agenda number 3.
You can continue with your comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Veronica Smithy, and I'm a resident of Imperial Beach. I am extremely frustrated and very scared. I'm here to speak frankly to you regarding yesterday's announcement regarding the air quality not being toxic. Our children should go to school, and we are fine. This is absolutely mind-blowing, Nora. I cannot believe you had the nerve to even say this. You sent your team in for one day, and you think that you know more than the team of scientists that have been studying this for weeks. This is a slap in the face to all your community members that are suffering daily for years. If you, Nora Vargas, truly believe in your heart that our air is safe to breathe, I invite you to spend 1 week in Imperial Beach with your windows open. Take your children and your dog on a walk on our beach and eat at our open-air restaurants. This is a joke and extremely frustrated for all the members of Imperial Beach, the community members of San Diego, 92154. You have the power to make a change, yet you sit there and act like we are fine. We are not fine, and this is the truth. We demand a state of emergency, a federal emergency. You owe us this, and there are no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Go to our next speaker.
Hello, my name is Marble Harrison, and I am thankful for the opportunity to address this meeting. I wanted to specifically discuss what was said earlier by Dr. Kadakia, reporting that she had acted on, that the Public Health Department had acted on the escalated numbers as soon as they had them. And that is true for hydrogen cyanide, but I beg to differ with you on that statement because I attended the same meeting you did on September 5th, where escalated numbers of hydrogen sulfide were reported with calibrated side-by-side data about the very alarming numbers of hydrogen sulfide. And nothing was done until after a press conference on Monday, when all of a sudden there had to be a challenge to the cyanide. My big concern is that we depend on you to speak to all of the public health issues, not just one gas, but to listen to us and to act on the best part of being a physician that you know how to do. And I just, the numbers are alarming. The nonchalant response and the inability to accept authoritative, well-documented data. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on items on the consent calendar.
Thank you. I have a couple of my colleagues that wanted to say a couple of things, so I want to make sure that I share, that I clear up some misinformation that has been provided. Number one, I was a staff member, I think I was about 20 years old when we put together the sewage treatment plant in Imperial Beach. And when I say that I've been working on this issue for that long, I use that language and that information to share that, to me, it is despicable that this is happening in South County, which is why when I first got elected, we declared it a public health care crisis. It was the first item of business that I did as a supervisor. Now, I'm not asking for accolades. What I'm telling you is that we haven't done enough. And so as soon as I got here as a county, it was the first thing that we did. Then, last year, we declared it an emergency, and we have asked both the governor and the federal government to make it an emergency. And I want you to know that if it wasn't for the fact that we declared it a public health care crisis and or an emergency, the money that has been coming in hasn't come in. Now, is that enough? Absolutely not. And you know what the worst part is? That I can assure you that this issue would not be happening if it was north of the 8. The reality is that our communities don't have enough resources to pay out of their own pocket for the air filters. I created that pilot program, and I'm trying to find more money, and it's not enough, and government work doesn't work fast enough, and we're trying everything we can. But I want to make sure that people understand that the reason why we had that press conference yesterday is because I don't want misinformation to scare people. I want to make sure we're gathering the information and it's accurate and scientifically what we need people to do. So that is why on Thursday, during our APCD meeting with the Air Pollution Control District, we're specifically asking to make sure that the testing happens continuously on a daily basis. Unfortunately, the way the system works is that we have air pollution is measured by the Air Pollution Control District. The beaches are being tested by the County of San Diego. I was asked, it was the first thing I was asked for when I ran for office. We need new testing in the beaches because people are getting sick. That's what we have. And it's unfortunate because that new testing is what now has our beaches closed for the last 1,000 days. If we didn't have that test, the beaches probably would be open and we probably would have people very, very sick. And so I'm sharing this with you because I wanted people to understand that this is absolutely not only a priority for me, but for this county. So what you had yesterday with people coming in at a press conference was to give you information. We want to work with UCSD and San Diego State and all the resource and all the different folks. That is why both Vice Chair Tara Lawson-Remer and myself created a committee so that this information can be shared. But the information has to be shared. It has to go both ways for us to be able to do that. As for the air filters, I'm trying to find more money. I think we got another 100,000. It's not enough. I'm trying to figure out from our county, can we do additional resources and maybe could declare an emergency the way we did it with our flood victims. So we're doing that work on the background, but on the in the front end, what we're trying to do is have APCD, the entity that is responsible for air quality in San Diego County, to make sure that they're doing their part, and that is the request that we've made and that we're going to be making on Thursday as well. So I'm with you. I get it. I do spend a lot of time in Imperial Beach. I do take my dogs. I do eat there. I have friends who live there. This is a community that I care about, but it's not just Imperial Beach. It's Nestor, the community of San Isidro. It's Coronado, and I live in Chula Vista, and on a bad day on L Street, I can smell it as well. So I'm with you, and I'm going to keep fighting with you on this issue because it's extremely important. I don't need accolades. All I need you to know is that I'm going to keep fighting for it. You can keep coming up here and telling me I'm not doing enough. I get it, and I'm going to continue to fight for this pilot program. So I'm going to ask Amy to give us information specifically on the air quality, on the air filters that we've provided for folks. Number one, there's an air filter, it's a filter and then 2 replacements. The reason why we did that is because we know that people have to change them. I also made sure that it's the type of filter that it's not going to impact your energy bill, right? Because we have to be very mindful of that. We also know that many people in our communities don't have air conditioner. I don't have an air conditioner, so the solutions that we're giving people may not be the best, but we're going to try to figure out what else we can do. And so can you talk a little bit about the air pollution filters and also about the research and information and data sharing that has been happening, Amy, please? And then I'm going to turn over to my colleagues.
Chairwoman Vargas, members of the board, yes, the air purifiers that were selected are California Air Resources Board certified to filter out specific odors related to the pollution crisis in the Tijuana River Valley. They include a carbon filter, which is what's recommended for addressing the odors, and they also are Energy Star rated. In regards to the emergency monitor collected alongside the researchers in the field was shared with the media and the public yesterday.
And that is available as well, right? Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Vice Chair Lawson-Remer.
Well, first of all, I want to thank everyone who came to talk about this crisis that we're facing with the Tijuana River Valley and the sewage and the pollution. And it really is a crisis. It is an emergency. That's why I proposed, along with the chairwoman, this declaration of a state of emergency. That's why it's back in front of us today to renew this, because it is an emergency that everyone's dealing with. And I just want to talk a little bit about what I see as the importance of this declaration, because we are really stymied. You know, we've declared an emergency, we've been fighting really hard, and it's not fixed. And, you know, I was back in Washington a few months ago, meeting with federal officials and advocating to get the additional resources that we need. We've been talking to folks in Sacramento, advocating for a state of emergency to be declared in Sacramento. And I am so glad you guys are here, because we need all the help we can get. We're fighting, we're there telling Washington we need the money to repair the sewage treatment plant, telling Sacramento we need this to be declared an emergency, because it is, and it still hasn't been. It still hasn't been. And I do think our communities are being neglected, and people who aren't here do not understand the absolute crisis level of severity that we're dealing with the pollution in our waters and in our air. And on the air quality issue, my understanding is I think we are hopefully moving forward with data sharing with the task force that we proposed about a month and a half ago. And it seems like we're going to be making some progress on that soon. I don't think it's quick enough. It is extremely frustrating. I think we're just pushing all the time. You know, we got to move faster, we got to do more. And I know that there is clearly a massive problem. And we're, I think, from my point of view, what's really important right now is we're in the process of gathering data so that we can continue to make our case. You know, in terms of how are we going to handle this issue, there's a immediate urgent issue with the air and the water. And we're never going to fix it if we can't actually get the sewage treatment plant in Tijuana rebuilt down in Punta Bandera, and if we can't get the sewage treatment plant on our side of the border fixed. And I'm happy that we've made a lot of progress on the Mexican side, that the Punta Bandera plant looks like it should be fixed. They said by September. I don't believe that, but I would say at least it's being rebuilt. It's actually in process, and so hopefully, you know, sometime like December, January, I hope that that's actually done. So that's good. In terms of the plan on our side of the border, we have a problem. We've now got $400 million, which is great, but we need another 311, and that $400 million is still not being spent. So that's why we have this state of emergency, and that's why I'm supporting it here today, is because that $400 million, we need to start getting shovels in the ground to fix the sewage treatment plant, and we need another $311 million to do the rest of the work, because what's been budgeted is not going to be sufficient for all the repairs. And it needs to happen much faster. It needs to happen yesterday. It needs to happen right now. It doesn't need to happen in 16 months or 22 months or 27 months or whatever, like extremely long timeline that gets us to 2030. It really needs to happen right now. Again, that's why I think it's so important that we pass the state of emergency. And it's not going to, the state of emergency is just one more tool along with gathering all this data around what's happening with the air, so that we can continue fighting and continue advocating to get this Sacramento, and then hopefully to get the federal government to declare a state of emergency so this thing can get fixed at like the emergency that it is. So I would say from a personal standpoint, it feels very personal to me. I represent most of the coast, right, from Carlsbad to Coronado. A lot of my constituencies are impacted not by the air issue was in the news on Monday, but by the water pollution. And I'm a surfer. I'm in the water a couple times a week. A lot of people I know got sick this summer. And so this is something that's a really personal issue, and I just want to say to everyone who took the time to come here today, I really appreciate it. You're completely right, and you're right to be mad. I'm mad. And we just have to keep fighting, and I appreciate anyone who wants to keep showing up and yelling at people. Please call my office, because I would love to be part of that with you as well. So thank you.
Supervisor Anderson?
I hate to distract us. We're on such a roll. I dropped the ball. I was supposed to pull item 2, and I neglected to pull item 2.
You want to vote separately on it?
Well, I actually had some questions, and I wanted to review it a little more. We have a few speakers that came up, and I had promised I would pull it for them, and I dropped
You
the ball.
can go ahead and have the discussion now, since we're...
Some of the issues...
Desmond, are your comments regarding the Tijuana River Valley or something else? Because if they are, I'm just going to give him some...
Actually, both, but I could do one or the other if you want one first.
So give me 1 second. Supervisor Montgomery Stepp, are your comments regarding Tijuana River Valley or the other items?
Just the Tijuana River.
Okay, why don't I go ahead and have Supervisor Montgomery Stepp make comments regarding the Tijuana River Valley item, number 3, and then I'll come back to both yourself and Supervisor Desmond, and Supervisor Desmond can give his comments on Tijuana River Valley and on the, which is other item number 3, and then your item as well. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Chair Vargas. With all of the developments and the federal government getting involved, and of course CDC, beginning to lead the investigation around the health impacts of the sewage crisis in the community, looking at where we are right now and the task force that was set, desire, I won't call it a concern, but desire is that our researchers, along with county staff, are on the same page as CDC comes in to do their work. And so I do want to ask a question about just the task force and information sharing and kind of what the dynamics are there. And I would like for everyone to be on the same page. We have community members that have come and given us real-time testimony of what they are going through, so I can understand how, overall we are doing the best we can. There may be somewhat of a disconnect as far as how we're communicating, that we want everyone to be healthy, because that's why we're out there, that's why we're doing what we're doing. But so that's one concern. The other concern is just how we're information sharing, the goals of the task force, everyone kind of being on the same page as the federal government is involved.
Dr. Kadakia can help us answer these questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Steep, for that question. Yes, we absolutely want to collaborate with the task force members. This is why we've made several requests and did request, even prior to the board letter being passed on June 25th, to join the task force. And then we did receive our invitation and had a meeting with them on July 23rd. We also met with them again last week and have been communicating via email. And really the issue is in terms of providing raw data, right? We have not received the raw data in terms of the studies that have been done. However, we have taken action and continue to take action on the information that we receive. But to have appropriate public health action, we do need to have raw data provided to us in order to be able to do even more. But we have, even with the data we've received, been working with CDPH, with CDC, with ATSDR, which was mentioned in a call, with EPA in order to bring as many resources down here as possible to address these public health problems. But having the raw data shared with the public health department is very important in order to see what the researchers are seeing so that we can make even appropriate actions.
Can you speak to the hesitation around that?
There's no hesitation on our part.
Right.
We've made several requests, and we've made requests as well as those other agencies have also made the request for that information, but it has not been shared.
What has been the response so far?
Either no response, including requests for meetings.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to call folks up now, but I would say that as we're working with the other agencies, and we have not at least evaluated that raw data to complement or not contradict, but to get everyone on the same page. I am concerned about the other agencies coming in without having that full analysis. So I would just ask that everyone that is involved in the task force really do our best, including county staff and the researchers, to get the information so that we're all on the same page. That's really what one of my main concerns, and the other is just the continued communication, but letting the community know that we hear what you are going through, and we're doing our best to ensure that everyone is safe. I mean, we should not be talking about clean air and clean water in 2024 in any community. It should not even be an issue. So that's all. I thank you for your leadership again, Chair and Vice Chair, and I will certainly be supporting this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So one of the concerns that were brought to our office was the public input. And Amy, I don't know if you can answer this, or Heather, or who would be the appropriate person, but some of the issues they felt weren't completely worked out, and with more public input, they thought it was headed in the right direction. What did we do for outreach on it, and how can they engage more? Is this process done if we vote for it today, or if you could just walk us through?
Hi. Through the chairwoman to Supervisor Anderson, thank you for the question. The action today before the board is to approve the second reading of the ordinance. The ordinance contains not the technical information, but it references the LAMP. That's where the technical information is. So the ordinance today just includes information on permitting, fees, and enforcement actions. There were no changes in the ordinance to any of those items. The changes to the ordinance were to pull out redundant information that was in the LAMP and in the ordinance to make sure that all that technical information stays within the LAMP. And I'd also just like to clarify that the LAMP itself, it's a local agency management program. It's an alternative to state law, and so it provides us additional flexibility that's not allowed in state law. Throughout this process, it's been an over 2-year process to stakeholder outreach on the LAMP. The LAMP is required to be approved by the Regional Water Quality Control Board, and they're anticipating hearing this item in the fall, and they will have a public comment period as well to hear stakeholder input on that prior to considering it.
And just as a follow-up, DEHQ, can they help constituents get in that process with the regional board?
Absolutely. As part of our normal outreach, we do send this information out to all of our stakeholders and lists, and we're happy to meet with anybody that needs additional assistance understanding the processes.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Desmond?
I guess, first of all, on the lamp, after hearing the speakers on this side, my understanding is we have to clean this up. It's not really, we're not the approving entity, and a lot of the cleanup is from the state itself. However, the lamp is there, so we have some flexibility in the process. And I hate it when anytime, we're doing something that potentially could raise the cost of housing again. And I just want to make sure staff is going to continue working with the constituents, particularly this is on septic systems and things like that. Some of the setbacks I think are overly done. If there's, they're increasing the setbacks, and I haven't really heard there was a problem before with the setbacks. And so if there's ways we can work with, the local companies that actually do this to make sure that, we're not impeding or making it harder for housing to get built. And that's one of my main concerns. So as Supervisor Anderson suggested, maybe staff work with some of these constituents to help them in the process for when they get in front of the Regional Water Quality Control Board to hopefully make sure this isn't an impediment to housing. And then on item 3, I think it's a travesty that, a beach closed for over 3 years is just crazy. The county, we do have a role, and I appreciate our chair and vice chair, taking this up and being part of a task force and a committee. But it's really our local congressional delegates that really, I think, need to be pushing this. And we got to get them, both sides of the aisle, this is not a partisan issue, to get this emergency, taking place. And for the federal government, this is an international border issue, to step up, declare the emergency, give us the funding so that we can open our beaches up. To me, we're doing, I think, what best we can. We want to get all the right information, but we can analyze this forever. But after 3 years of the beaches being closed is not a good outcome. So I think we got to lean on our congressional delegates a lot heavier, us and the constituents as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I want to make sure I put for the record that the delegation has requested, our congressional delegation has requested the state of emergency from the federal government. And they actually sent another letter the day before, I think it was on Sunday night or something like that. So agreed, 100%. Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. All right, seeing no other comments, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
I'll be doing roll call. Sorry, Chair.
Oh, sorry.
No worries at all. Thank you. Supervisor Anderson.
Aye.
Supervisor Montgomery Steppe.
Yes.
Supervisor Desmond.
Aye.
Vice Chair Lawson-Remer.
Aye.
And Chairwoman Vargas.
Vargas, aye.
And that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present voting aye.
Thank you. Thank you for everyone that joined us today on those items. The next item that we're discussing is number 5, notice public hearing. We turn back on options related to the battery energy storage system projects in unincorporated areas, including options to adopt urgency ordinance establishing moratorium of new best applications and non-containerized uses and CEQA findings. I'm going to turn it over, Amy, to Davia, our Director of Planning and Development Services, and Chief Meacham of CAL FIRE for a presentation. Thank you for being here today.
Good morning, Chairwoman Vargas and supervisors. I'm Davia Lynch, Director of Planning and Development Services. With me today is Rami Telly, Mark Slovic, Mike Madrid, and Chief Tony Meacham, the County Fire Chief on behalf of the San Diego County Fire Protection District. Today's staff will present information on battery energy storage systems, or BESS projects, in the unincorporated area in response to the board's direction. BESS became a new technology almost a decade ago. As the technology was still emerging, BESS-specific regulations were not yet developed by the state or the national model codes. At the time, BESS projects were required to demonstrate general life safety features. Gateway Energy Storage in Otay Mesa Gateway Energy Storage had a fire incident earlier this year that lasted 17 days. In 2020, the county permitted its second BESS project in Valley Center, a 140 megawatt storage facility using modular design containerized enclosures. This BESS experienced a fire incident in 2023, prompting a precautionary evacuation. This fire only affected one container of batteries, and the fire lasted 3 hours. More recently, a 30 megawatt BESS facility in the city of Escondido caught on fire September 5th. This facility is not within the county's jurisdiction and was approved by the California Public Utilities Commission, was built in 2017, and is operated by SDG&E. Like the Valley Center incident, this fire affected only a single container, and the fire lasted approximately 13 hours. Today, BEST projects must comply with even more robust regulations, such as the Consolidated Fire Code, California Building Standards Code, and the National Electrical Code published by the National Fire Prevention Association, or NFPA, continuing to add additional life safety measures.
To address community concerns regarding BEST projects, the board directed staff to research and bring back options to increase safety by the next possible board hearing. Today, staff will present options for board consideration to temporarily pause new BEST project applications, provide an overview of BEST projects review process, and explore potential stopgap measures to increase the safety of BEST projects currently in the process. Staff have developed options for immediate action as temporary prohibitions or urgency measures under state law. This includes a temporary pause to BEST project applications or prohibiting a specific type of BEST project, such as non-containerized systems. The authority to implement urgency measures does not extend to adopting interim standards like location criteria, zoning, setbacks, and building height. These aspects require a formal ordinance amendment rather than urgency measures. There are multiple pathways to improve BEST safety. Beyond the immediate actions that could be taken as urgency measures today, the board provided funding to the San Diego County Fire District, to engage a fire protection engineer to research best practices for fire suppression and safety standards in BEST projects. San Diego County Fire anticipates the analysis to be completed before the end of the year, with recommendations to be analyzed for inclusion in a future fire code update. The board also directed staff to conduct stakeholder outreach and look into interim zoning standards beyond a temporary prohibition of new applications as a future action. Detailed review of existing and potential new zoning standards and ideal standards for BEST projects would be the next potential phase of the project. The result of this work would include additional opportunities where staff can dive into things like location, zoning, setbacks, and building height. As this would be further out, and we'll have more are systems that store unused electrical energy generated by renewable sources like wind and solar. The stored energy can be used during times of high demand or when renewable energy is low. BEST systems range in size from large-scale utility projects to smaller residential units, such as those used to store energy for electrical vehicle charging or home power needs. BEST projects are used to stabilize the electrical grid during peak energy demand, provide immediate energy during blackouts to support critical services, help reduce energy costs by lowering peak usage, and contribute to environmental justice by reducing emissions from backup energy plants typically located in disadvantaged communities. However, BEST also pose potential risks. These include safety and environmental hazards, especially when such systems are located near residential neighborhoods. For example, they can create noise nuisance or pose a fire risk. The most notable change in BEST projects over the years, or emerging technologies, has been how they are arranged and constructed. There have been two main types of BEST projects, containerized and non-containerized. Containerized facilities are designed to mitigate the risk of thermal runaway, making it easier to contain fires and reduce the time needed to extinguish them, as opposed to traditional enclosed warehouse-style facilities. The industry has adopted the containerized approach at a much faster rate. Other emerging technologies include moving away from traditional lithium-ion batteries toward innovative chemistries that offer greater stability, energy density, and longer shelf life. Developing storage solutions that efficiently store intermittent renewable energy and scale up to power larger geographic areas. And transitioning from centralized energy storage systems to more flexible, distributed, and portable forms of energy storage. Going forward, staff will continue to monitor and evaluate emerging technologies to assess their potential impact on facility siting and design. As mentioned before, there are several sizes of BEST, including residential, commercial, and grid-scale utility. BEST projects developed by utilities such as SDG&E, are not reviewed by local jurisdictions, but instead through the California Public Utilities Commission. Projects subject to the Solar Rights Act require the county to process them through ministerial and streamlined permitting. These types of projects typically include streamlined permitting for small residential rooftop solar energy systems. The county's land use jurisdiction for reviewing BEST projects applies to projects outside of these exemptions.
County Fire acknowledges that more needs to be done in our review of BEST projects. In July, staff coordinated with all the unincorporated fire districts and implemented an existing fire code section that allows the fire authority to require a technical study in all current and subsequent BEST projects. The study is required to be prepared by a licensed fire protection engineer and must be reviewed and accepted prior to the fire district supporting any project. The technical study shall detail all the specifics related to the proposed BEST project, including compliance with Chapter 12 of the State Fire Code, details of the proposed fire suppression systems, and any proposed fire safety mitigations. In addition to now requiring a technical study, County Fire has hired a fire protection engineering firm, and they've been tasked with the following: producing a cause and incident report to provide details of the Gateway incident, and determine and propose best practices for BEST projects. Additionally, the consultant is working collaboratively with County Fire and the Office of the State Fire Marshal to provide suggested new fire code language. Although the fire code will be updated in early 2026, we do not want to wait until then to have better safeguards and and safeguard from these projects from fire. When these reports are finalized in a few months, we'll know more about the details and cause of the Gateway incident, and we can then immediately implement these best safety practices while these current and subsequent BEST projects navigate through the entitlement process.
PDS engaged with several stakeholders and hosted a public meeting with members of the public to obtain the community's feedback about BEST facilities. Staff consulted with community members, BEST developers and experts, fire protection professionals, labor unions, current applicants, advocacy groups, utility companies, and relevant county departments. Members of the community expressed their concerns with BEST projects due to safety risks, including fires, quality of life impacts like noise and visual disturbances, and advocate for a moratorium until comprehensive siting standards and regulations are established. Community members seek greater transparency, robust safety standards, and inclusion of public input in the BEST planning process. Industry professionals, labor unions, utility companies, and other stakeholders support BEST projects, citing their role in renewable energy and grid stability, and support regulations and safety measures instead of pausing development. Through the stakeholder engagement, staff heard three major themes of feedback. First, staff heard from stakeholders that technological advances are happening very rapidly, thus improving efficiency, cost effectiveness, and most importantly, safety of BEST facilities. Those same technological advances are creating local jobs with fair labor practices. There's an ongoing push for training programs to safely and effectively maintain BEST facilities. Staff also heard several community members' feedback regarding the safety of BEST facilities. Community members expressed their concerns regarding risks of fire and evacuations, the proximity of BEST facilities to residential areas, and preferring that these facilities be located in industrial zones. In response to board direction, PDS staff have met with current BEST applicants as an additional stopgap measure to provide information on the board's recommendations regarding siting, screening, and additional safety measures to gain voluntary compliance with their existing applications. PDS has seen early success in gaining compliance with many BEST applicants that are voluntarily agreeing to provide project safety features beyond what is required by current codes and regulations. These safety features include decommissioning plans, new fire suppression studies, and following best practice safety guidelines identified in the 2023 National Fire Protection Association, or NFPA, 855. After today's hearing, PDS will continue engaging with applicants to identify additional and emerging safety project features that will be rolled into the next phase of proposed ordinance amendments for best siting and development standards. Part of the board's July direction included exploring options for the board to have the ability to review new BEST applications on a discretionary basis. Once a project application is deemed complete, it must go through the review process in effect at that time. This means that the review process, as shown on this slide for projects already deemed complete, cannot be changed, but County Fire may impose additional safety standards and requirements per their discretion. This table shows the types of reviews that BEST currently go through. Since there is no energy storage use listed in the zoning ordinance, BEST projects are either processed as a minor or major utility, depending on size. The green check marks show the approving authority for the type of permit, and the yellow stars show who the permit can ultimately be appealed to for a final decision. For example, site plans are reviewed by the director, but can be appealed to the Planning Commission. Minor use permits are reviewed by the zoning administrator, but can also be appealed to the Planning Commission. Major use permits are reviewed by the Planning Commission, but can ultimately be appealed to the Board of Supervisors. And CEQA determinations and challenges on all projects can be appealed directly to the Board of Supervisors, but the review of the appeal must pertain only to the environmental document. These review processes can be revisited during the development of zoning standards and future return to the board. To recap staff's future returns to the board regarding BEST, staff will continue to conduct stakeholder outreach, developing interim zoning standards while drafting an ordinance amendment for BEST projects. Engagement with the community, stakeholders, and industry professionals will continue throughout the entirety of this process. Staff recommends that the board find today's actions exempt from CEQA. The board received today's update on the following items directed on July 17th, 2024, including a mandatory review of BEST projects by the board, additional technical study requirements beyond what San Diego County Fire has already implemented earlier this year, inputs gathered to date from BEST project applicants currently under review. And staff recommends that the board affirm prior direction to continue technical study requirements detailing proposed fire safety properties of the design, operation, and use of BEST facilities. The board may also consider adopting either of the following ordinances to either temporarily pause acceptance of new BEST applications for 45 days based on public health and safety concerns, or temporarily pause acceptance of new BEST applications for 45 days that are not containerized and do not follow the 2023 National Fire Protection Association 855 guidelines. If either ordinance is adopted from Action 4 or 5, staff will return to the board on October 23rd, where the board will have the option to extend the temporary pause. That concludes our presentation, and staff is available to answer questions.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead.
Thank you. 28 individuals by phone. 88 e-comments on this item. 99 were in favor, 80 were in opposition, and 3 were neutral. And request to speak on this item by were provided to you. Those that are in favor, Kendra, I believe it's Ashley, my apologies.
And we're all allowed minutes. Kendra Correa. The placement thing, saving millions. The goal is to a substation as possible with the least lines. So they'll put them anywhere. Environmental collateral damage is just part of doing. Believe what we're seeing with our own eyes. Fires are rare, and we have the latest and greatest technology. Run away, they do not. That technology around to cities and vital services to try to overcome. They have weaponized unions to. They are against jobs, and that safety. Moratoriums to educate themselves on what confidently institute best regulations in order to keep citizens safe. It's San Diego's time for a best moratorium. It's time to stop the madness and get this right. Thank you.
Good morning, Ashley Robertson Bedard. It is crucial that the Board of Supervisors implement a temporary moratorium on BEST facilities to allow time to create policy that establishes requirements, guidelines, safety measures, as well as decommissioning plans to include thorough environmental and requiring a major use permit for these projects. As exemplified this past year, we have seen 3 BEST fires, thermal runway events in San Diego County, to also include 46 over the past 3 years. These events are not rare, despite what the energy industry is telling you. Improper battery handling, leaching, disintegration, degradation, fire explosion, fire suppression systems, disposal methods, and explosion are all leading to environmental contamination in the air, water, and soil. This past week, we saw a thermal runway event at the SDG&E facility in Escondido, which prompted evacuations of nearly 300 businesses, lost business income, as well as school closures for 2 days. There have been numerous reports from residents and employees experiencing physical symptoms, eye and throat irritation, headaches, vomiting, nausea from the toxic inhalation. In addition, the Stop the Seguro Project petition has now garnished 4,400 signatures. The residents are speaking. Social media is flooded with opposition and commentary. I strongly urge the board to protect your constituents, the safety of the children, the animals, and the environment. It is imperative that a moratorium restricting BEST facilities in residential neighborhoods is implemented and that they are properly cited.
Buenos días, supervisores. Presidenta Vargas. My name is JP Thaberge, and I want to just let you guys know I'm representing residents of the unincorporated areas, including Harmony Grove, Elfin Forest, Eden Valley, and folks in the Escondido area adjacent to the project, the previously mentioned project. The reason we're here is that citizens are concerned about the placement of utility-scale BEST facilities in their neighborhoods rather than in industrial sites that are best suited for this land use. We know that there's claims that it's a very unlikely scenario that there's going to be fires, and I think we've all seen seen contrary information. We'll see that since they started tracking failures, since the industry has started tracking failures, there have been 90 failures, and half of which have happened since 2021. So these failures are relatively recent. It's not old news. We've seen 3 in the San Diego region in the past year, and the industry's own statistics show that for a 1,000 megawatt hour facility, there will be a fire every 5 years of its 30 to 60 year lifespan. So a large facility is likely to have multiple fires during its lifetime. Despite this statistic, industry promises that even if there is a fire, it will be limited to 1 container. I guess I will say that we were very disappointed with the initial staff report because it's bringing forth sort of 2 false choices. One is an untenable full moratorium, which I think is politically difficult, and the other option, option 5, is basically status quo. They're all containerized units. They're all following NFPA 855. The community doesn't want a full moratorium, just protections for residential areas, maybe a partial moratorium in residential communities. If not a moratorium, at least a setback based on proximity to units, plume modeling, and a credible worst-case scenario, as well as noise levels and the evacuation possibility. Thank you very much.
Thank you. For the next 3 individuals, Douglas Dill, Joe Rowley, and Jim Whalen.
Good morning, I'm Douglas Dill.
And Doug, since you're the planning group chair, you get 5 minutes.
All right, thank you. I've been a resident of Elfin Forest for the last 30 years. I've been a member of the San Diego Planning Group for nearly 25 years, and I'm currently the chairperson. The planning group supports the moratorium on BEST applications, but requests these additions. Include containerized BEST projects, like the one that was on fire last week in Escondido, and current BEST projects going through the county major use permitting process on non-industrial zone parcels, like the one in Eden Valley. The planned BEST project being process by PDS in our planning area of rural residential Eden Valley is not zoned in industrial parcels. The planning group heard the initial AES informational presentation at our April 2023 meeting. AES described at the April meeting that the project construction phase is to take 1 year and would not require on-site employees as it is monitored and operated remotely. So claims that the BESS type projects are a significant job creation engine is a misnomer. A BESS installation is not green energy, as it captures all types of energy off the grid. California Power Grid currently includes 40% natural gas produced energy, among other sources. Renewable energy sources are expanding, but we are not anywhere near 100%. As an industrial application, BESS projects should be banned from residential and agriculturally zoned parcels. I doubt the county would allow a petroleum fuel storage tank farm that can also be defined as an energy storage system in a residential or agriculturally zoned area. For the same reason, a for-profit, unregulated, multinational energy corporation should not be allowed to build BESS projects in residential zoned areas. Please return out-of-state energy companies. Thank you for your time.
Chair Vargas, Vice Chair Lassen-Raymer, and supervisors. My name is Joe Rowley. I'm a county resident, but I'm also a former developer of large-scale energy projects, including BESS projects. We're here today because some BESS developers are proposing projects on sites that are too close to homes, schools, and hospitals. Large BESS facilities are industrial in nature, and the risks that they pose are also industrial. A battery fire is an industrial accident on an industrial site. That reality must be taken into account when BESS sites are selected. The county is in urgent need of a regulation specifying how distant a BESS of a threshold size must be from homes, schools, and hospitals. That threshold size and minimum distance must be supported by analysis of credible worst-case scenarios. And a draft of that analysis must be made available for public review in order to garner public support. If such analysis cannot be completed quickly, in weeks, not months, then the board should adopt an interim threshold size and distance until such time as the analysis can be completed, reviewed, revised, and finalized. Speed is necessary because the county has put the BESS development community on notice that tightened regulations are coming. That's causing BESS developers to aggressively option sites and submit applications. That's going to result in some unfortunate outcomes. They can be avoided if the board takes decisive action. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Vargas and members of the Board of Supervisors and staff. It's Jim Whalen, J. Whalen Associates. We have a number of projects with batteries, so I'm speaking as a current applicant. First, we need to remember that not everything that's important in our lives is to deal with. The other thing is that batteries kept this area from having a blackout last weekend, a mass blackout. That's the reason why we didn't have what happened in other parts of the state. And I think that another point is we need to internalize the risks that are associated with renewable energy because nothing's risk-free, and then make sure that it works for our needs. And that is what I think we're doing today. A friend of mine said that fire codes are reactive and catch up with problems, and that's what staff's proposing to do here, is to work to catch up with the problems. I'm in support of the staff recommendations, and I handed it out because the time is short, with two of my own. I think there should be an urgency ordinance requiring containerized batteries. I don't think anybody's going to do any more that aren't, but you might as well be on the safe side. And the second thing is there are safer technologies. Our projects in the backcountry that are in residential areas don't use lithium ion. We use lithium iron phosphate. Those don't have runaway problems like lithium ion do. And then one final comment is that almost all the zoning in the county is either residential or ag. So the zoning is not the solution to this. It's land use and fire code. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Call the next three speakers forward. Darren Valley, Jen LeBron, and I believe it's Michelle Oulet.
Good morning. My name is Darren Valley. I've been in the battery business for well over 15 years. I represent a company that is in battery energy storage systems. I am a resident of North County, have been for the majority of my life. I just won't be redundant here, but I totally concur with the previous gentleman in terms of his observations. And I believe that the board here and the reference and support people are doing a very good job to break this situation down and analyze it. My recommendation to the board is very clear. Existing systems that are out in the field are vulnerable. Batteries degrade, they decline. There's secondary, tertiary ways of controlling their effectiveness. Those O&M practices are probably not being kept up to speed to today's standards. The standards at which they were developed and implemented many years ago were 6 or 7 years old. They need to be reassessed. There should be a forensic audit on each one of these fire issues. And I assure you the commonality here will be very clear. It's an inferior technology in terms of batteries themselves, and also their support system. So I encourage you that the previous gentleman said that the future of battery energy storage systems is vital for renewable energy and sustainability. However, it doesn't mean we make rash decisions about doing projects. But please encourage people to do a forensic audit on the existing applications and make it public in terms of what it is. You'll find that there is true commonality here in the failure modes, and that the new systems that are out there and the new technologies are far superior than what they were 5 years ago. So this is not to operate in fear, it's to operate with facts, and I think you guys are stepping in the right direction. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable supervisors. I'm Jen LeBron with San Diego Community Power. We've provided the board with a letter that outlines our support of the staff proposed guidelines and request the board take no action on recommendations 4 and 5. Community Power continues to march toward its board-adopted goals to provide affordable, 100% renewable power to our nearly 1 million customers by 2035 or sooner, with 15% of that power being generated within our service territory. Battery storage is critical to our ability to meet those goals. Battery storage systems help capture power during the sunniest or windiest parts of the day that would otherwise be lost. Storing this power to use when the sun is down or wind isn't blowing ultimately helps during peak hours on hot days like we've seen this week, when communities are at most risk of blackouts. These systems create good-paying middle-class jobs and increased revenues for the jurisdictions in which they are sited. We are fully supportive of the creation of development standards and siting guidelines that would clarify where and how battery development should occur in the county. Safety must be at the forefront of these guidelines. Both new and existing facilities should be held to the highest safety standards and follow industry best practices. Clear and consistent guidelines will ensure that our communities are protected and have the opportunity to benefit from clean, competitively priced, reliable electricity for decades to come. Critically, though, we ask the board that the creation of these guidelines do not stall the progress of current and near-term battery projects. A moratorium on battery storage could have a significant chilling effect on potential projects that would otherwise drive down costs for customers and help Community Power and the County of San Diego meet our shared climate, resilience, and sustainability goals. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Willette, and I am a resident of Escondido in the Eden Valley. Last week, we experienced what a lithium-ion battery fire looks like in our neighborhood. About 500 people had to be evacuated from their businesses. Many people in Escondido complained of breathing problems secondary to these toxic fumes on social media, coughing, respiratory distress. I'm wondering if AES, who built these facilities, will reimburse these people for lost wages or be accountable for any medical expenses accrued secondary to breathing problems from these toxic fumes from this BESS fight. We live across the street from the proposed Seguro project, and this is a residential and agriculturally zoned neighborhood. Our community has a lot of large livestock that would be impossible to move or evacuate. How do you propose that we had load and evacuate without inhaling these toxic fumes in an active incident? It is impossible. This process can take time and to move family into safety. Just as the Cocos fire in 2016, people predictably will panic and be very stressed in this type of situation. In addition, we will also be inhaling these fumes while trying to evacuate. Please, for the health and safety, for our health, for our safety, consider this moratorium as essential to all current and future BESS location sites in the San Diego County. You know, when I got here this morning, I saw the seal, the noblest motive is the public good. Remember that. Please remember that. It's our safety, our lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Call for the next three speakers: Andy Louderman, Phyllis Louderman, and Cesar Javier.
Good morning. My name is Andy Lederman. I live in Eden Valley. My home shares a property line with the proposed Seguro BESS. I appreciate the board taking up this issue in light of the heavy lobbying to kill it that you've all received. As a society, we need to proceed cautiously and thoughtfully with lithium-ion BESS in favor of newer, safer, non-lithium-ion emerging technology for energy storage, which doesn't have to be batteries, as pointed out by the staff report. A moratorium will help drive the industry towards proposing these safer solutions. I want to address the option of a moratorium that excludes containerized BESS. Such a moratorium would effectively be no moratorium, since the industry is already moving in this direction, and any applications you are likely to see going forward will be containerized. However, containerization does not prevent fires or limit evacuation zones. The same toxic fumes are emitted. It is pointed out in the agenda documents that the Valley Center fire in a containerized system only burnt for 45 minutes. This is a single example with a fortunate outcome, but it is not data. It would be foolhardy to base policy on a single occurrence. As a timely illustration of this, the BESS fire in Escondido last week in a containerized BESS burnt for more than 13 hours, and the evacuations lasted several days. Just imagine the disruption to thousands of residents and Palomar Hospital if a similar fire occurred at the proposed Seguro BESS. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Phyllis Lederman, and I live in Eden Valley and would share a property line with the proposed Seguro BESS. I understand a BESS moratorium would not affect Seguro, but I don't want any other community to undergo the stress and anxiety my neighborhood is currently going through. I am encouraged and grateful that the Board of Supervisors is spending time on considering its options, but I was hugely surprised to find that the proposed options in front of the Board of Supervisors today do not include any reference to location and doesn't include a residential impact statement. I can only surmise there's been heavy lobbying by the industry and the unions, and I urge you to resist this. I've worked for governments most of my career and usually believe that government has our best interests at heart because I've seen that in action. but going through this BEST learning experience and process has really tested that faith. The fact that AES is trying to influence governments with money is evident in the fact that one of the City of Escondido council members had to state that the City of Escondido is not for sale. They are also weaponizing the unions to try and influence the Palomar Health Board elections, and I have no doubt they will try to influence fire departments by offering buildings, equipment, training, etc. So we as residents are totally reliant on our elected officials to protect us. I'm sure that none of the union members, AES employees, or industry leaders would be lobbying you if these proposed BEST facilities were being built right next to their home. It actually seems fairly simple to me. Until there are rules and regulations regarding BEST facilities, including their location, there should be a moratorium on approving them. I encourage the Board of Supervisors to listen to its voters, the residents, and also the experts that say BEST facilities do not belong in residential areas. Thank you.
I am Cesar Javier, who happens to be a substitute teacher in chemistry, science, math. I would like to give my comment. I didn't read this literature all about this item. This is in pronto, and I could only say the inputs of the public is a treasure, a learning, educational. It is true. It is true. Unfortunately, the great majority of the public cannot come, cannot communicate, cannot amplify. My question is,
Mr. Caesar,
why
Caesar,
only now?
Can you hold this time, sir? Sir, I'm going to ask you a favor. I need you to follow protocol because I asked the same of all of our constituents who come and speak. So I need you to please address the board. If you have any comments that you would like to make to the public, you're going to have to do this outside of the chambers, okay? I need you to follow protocol because I ask other people to follow rules and regulations, so I need you to follow them as well. So can you please direct your comments to the board, sir? Thank you very much. You have your time back.
I was a teacher, ma'am, and I would like to amplify my voice to majority, not only to you,
You're
because
live on,
you are familiar
people can hear you.
with.
You're good. Go ahead.
Please respect science. Please respect also nature's verdict. Accident, earthquake, investigation by Compliance Air Pollution Sleeping Agency. Member of the governing body, Ma'am Vargas and Ma'am Rimer, they are always absentee. My councilor and mayor of City of San Diego, absentee. They provide us the law, ministerially approved by the county, approved and implemented by the city, the core of the region. Please approve this moratorium, if possible, place any hazardous business.
Jahin and Miriam, I believe it's Kawand.
Good morning, Carolyn Vargas and supervisors. My name is Jason Anderson. I'm here today on behalf of Clean Tech San Diego, excuse me, a business organization representing the renewable energy industry, which employs close to 40,000 people and has a $9.9 billion impact on our regional economy. Clean Tech San Diego supports recommendations 1 through 3, but continues to be opposed to a moratorium on BEST projects. As you've heard, if you put a pause on BEST projects, you will not only be impacting our ability to meet our renewable energy goals, but will also cause job loss throughout our region. San Diego has always been a leader in renewable energy generation, and as a result, was an early adopter of battery storage. As the industry has evolved and technology has advanced, so have the types of projects and ways in which they are designed and constructed. Battery storage projects today are built with the latest in technology and safety, with highly advanced emergency monitoring and protocols in place to ensure they pose little risk to surrounding areas, including being containerized and complying with National Fire Protected Standards. And while the fire incidents that occurred recently were unfortunate, they were handled exactly how they should have been. The fires were contained within the system and extinguished as designed, with minimal impact to the surrounding areas and without emitting any toxic air pollutants at dangerous levels. So as you move forward today, it is our hope you will consider the many economic and environmental benefits of BEST projects in our region and allow for the continuation of their development. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Miriam Kawand, and I'm an Escondido resident. Unlike what AES and other for-profit lithium-ion battery energy storage facility developers are gaslighting us to believe, a moratorium on BESS in or near residential area does not prevent the county and the state from achieving their green energy goals and does not result in job loss. What it does is it forces developers to not take shortcuts and save money at the expense of your constituents' lives and livelihood. While we wholeheartedly support the county in meeting the sustainability goals and renewable energy needs, we support a moratorium on BESS projects in or near residential areas. So we set regulations and find locations that don't risk lives, and San Diego can be both sustainable and safe. Thank you.
My name is Jehan Lalkaka, and I'm a resident of Harmony Grove, Escondido. I strongly urge you to place a moratorium on the marketing claims of AES and other corporations like them who stand to profit from such projects. And you'd be ignoring hard evidence that these projects are not safe enough, not nearly safe enough for residential communities. Battery energy storage projects frequently catch fire, as evidenced by countless incidents across San Diego County and the state of California. Please don't put more weight on the baseless marketing claims of battery energy manufacturers than the real-life examples of how unsafe and unreliable this technology actually is. I urge you to demand that these battery projects prove their safety and reliability in commercial areas first, safely away from where people live. Putting a battery project in a residential area should only be allowed after the technology has proven its safety over time, rather than relying on claims of largely unproven safety measures and safety guidelines. Please vote in favor of a moratorium on BESS projects in residential areas. You have the power to keep our families, the elderly, and our children safe. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll call the two remaining speakers in favor, Stephanie Baxter and Lori Saldana.
Good morning. Thank you for hearing us this morning. My name is Stephanie Baxter. I'm acting chair of the Fallbrook Community Planning Group. Fallbrook has 2 battery energy storage facilities along East Mission Road, our main thoroughfare. 1.0 was built by AES for SDG&E, and it is a 40 megawatt lithium ion facility. It is the second largest SDG&E facility in the county. 2.0 is SDG owned and operated. It is 30 megawatts, so we will have a 70 megawatt facility that is lithium iron phosphate. We need help in Fallbrook because these 2 facilities are not beneficial for us for a number of reasons. The placement of these battery energy storage systems are directly adjacent to residential neighborhoods, even though they are placed on industrially zoned lands, with containers that are within 25 feet of people's backyards. And there's lots of surrounding agriculture, commercial, and industrial. There's no direct tax revenue benefit, no direct job creation for Fallbrook residents, and there's no dedicated power to Fallbrook during an outage, even though we house this facility. In reality, the Fallbrook BESS is a public health and safety hazard as well as a noise nuisance, a light polluter. It has devalued property, and with insurance premiums increasing more than 400% in many cases, could be catastrophic for the homeowners and businesses in proximity to this facility and devastating Fallbrook's economy and community character. The BESS facilities are placed within our Santa Margarita watershed, which is our drinking source. If this is truly about conservation and sustainability, I wonder where the environmental advocacy groups are for such a facility within a precious watershed. Evacuation will be difficult along East Mission Road. It's one way in, one way out, and it's a main thoroughfare. Do I get more time as acting planning group chair?
Your planning group would need to delegate it in writing, and we don't have you listed as chair. We have Eileen listed as chair, and we don't have anything in writing that listed you as acting chair.
As vice chair?
Nope, has to be the chair.
It's not listed anywhere.
Nope, Eileen is listed as chair. So you would have to, you get 2 minutes.
Okay.
Feel free to share your comments with our colleagues.
I will.
Thank you.
All right.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Lori Saldana. I'm a lifelong resident of San Diego, and I've been a plaintiff in some of the cases that are being discussed today. The next one regarding the Climate Action Plan, when we sued over various issues, and also regarding the Tijuana River Valley. So litigation is an important part of trying to reach some improvements on environmental protection for residents. And I'm here today in support of the Elfin Forest Town Council letter, and I wanted to add some specific details as someone, again, who has seen to the detriment of San Diegans when planning goes wrong, when we listen more to industry than to residents or to people with lived experience of some of the problems as the residents in the Elfin Forest Town Council have spoken about. As they've mentioned, there are significant risks to these facilities. I think we need to, I would encourage you to look at ways to incentivize small-scale batteries for individual on-site use as an alternative to these large-scale industrial-size battery facilities. I would encourage you to look at monitoring the waste from batteries that are no longer operational, where they are stored, because increasingly these fires in large facilities are happening with batteries that are not in active use, but they simply don't have a disposal mechanism for them. We certainly have faced that with nuclear power as well. And I would encourage you to look at bonding for these companies that are installing these facilities, insisting that they are safe, or at least safer than experience seems to indicate. If they believe that they are that safe, then they need to put their own finances at risk instead of county finances for emergency response. And
We will now be hearing from the speakers in opposition, and I'll call the first 3 speakers. Corrine Little Bonan, Sarah Carroll, Luke Rogers.
Good morning, Chairwoman Vargas and supervisors. My name is Corinne Lytle-Bonine, and I'm a director of permitting at AES. As someone who has lived and worked in San Diego for my entire career, one of the highlights has been to serve on the Technical Advisory Committee for the Comprehensive Renewable Energy Plan. AES supports the county's efforts to strengthen development standards for battery energy storage projects, but we do oppose both versions of the moratorium proposed today because they create unnecessary barriers to the rapid deployment of renewable energy infrastructure that is needed to meet the region's climate goals. The Board of Supervisors has already launched a comprehensive effort to craft new development standards, and AES would be honored to actively participate in these conversations along with other subject matter experts and community members. In the interim, we fully support the staff recommendations to require BESS applicants to prepare and disclose technical studies related to fire suppression and emergency response. As an energy environmental professional and a resident of San Diego County, I strongly believe that we don't have to choose between having clean air and safe communities. Energy storage allows us to have both. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Carroll. I'm a San Diego County resident as well as a developer of renewable energy. I'm here to request that you not have a moratorium on battery storage projects. Our transmission system and our grid reliability are severely compromised at the moment, and battery storage is one way where we can mitigate that issue and work towards something where we work together to work towards options to make this work for everybody and not stop progress in the process. It's important that we keep projects for renewable energy going forward. It's a California requirement, and with more electric cars coming online and coming into the system, we need more reliability of that grid to keep those cars moving. So please do not have a moratorium on battery storage. Thank you.
Good morning, and thanks for hearing from me. My name is Luke Rogers. I'm a development manager at AES, and I live here in San Diego. As the board considers its options today, it's important that you have the full and accurate picture about the safety record of BESS facilities in our region. Specifically, there's a recent claim that there are only 3 BESS facilities in San Diego, and that is false. Based on publicly available data, there are currently 30 utility-scale BESS facilities operating throughout the county. None of these facilities is owned or operated by AES. Only 3 of those 30 facilities have experienced an incident. We know that none of these incidents has resulted in any property damage outside of the facility. None has resulted in any flames spreading to any nearby property. And importantly, none has resulted in any injuries of first responders or facility staff. The board can strengthen safety standards by ensuring that BESS projects comply with the NFPA 855 standard. However, the board should not move forward with either version of the moratorium presented today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Call for the next 3 speakers, allegedly Audra, Serena Pelka, and Justin Castells.
My person uses the name Audrey. You should have given Stephanie Baxter equal amount of time because Nora, if she even contacts you guys, I'm going to get back to her. You should actually ban all of these things. We shouldn't have some pretend moratorium that's going to do something, but it's interesting to see what you'll sacrifice for your climate god. The health and safety of the people, because we have to meet our climate action plans. And backs of the people and their own suffering and the potential risk of their own life or their property being completely burned to shreds. So it's sad to see that this could be a repeat of the Tijuana River Valley shenanigans and a 30-year thing where people are trying to fight to get these out of their communities while you're implementing it, and then later, decide that it's a problem. And do you even look at the radiation that comes off of these batteries? Have you guys ever tested that? Have you ever taken a radiation meter over there and seen the radiation that emits from that? But it's funny because it's like, money makes the world go around, and people are willing to sacrifice people's livelihoods just to make money off of people. And your climate action plan is never going to work. But you'll do anything and everything to push it. And so if you actually care about, oh, you're going to tell me I'm off topic?
Yeah, you are.
I'm off topic.
So just come back on the climate action afterwards. Go ahead and keep talking about
Oh my gosh, Nora, you're so full of it. This has to do with that. That is part of your sustainability shenanigans coming down from the United Nations. You guys think it's a joke? Look into it. Read it. It's from them. And that's exactly what this climate god is all about. And it's about enslaving the people. So it's sad that you're willing to risk people's lives just to push that. That's why I call it your climate god, because you will sacrifice anything and everything for it. Look into it. Do you guys own research?
Hi, good morning. My name is Serena Pelka. I'm a policy advocate at Climate Action Campaign. After facing another summer of record high heat across the state and in San Diego County, we have been able to keep the lights on thanks to battery storage systems. We need to be thoughtful as misinformation is shared. The Voice of San Diego reported 2 days ago that there was no elevated air toxicity more than 15 feet away from the burn after the Otay fire, and that Escondido experienced misapplied evacuations. This speaks to the need for careful consideration of the facts and data through a thorough analysis as we make important decisions. Keeping the lights on saves lives and keeps our economy stable. Battery storage systems ensure everyone has access to reliable power, a basic human essential need. As staff stated in their presentation, this is an environment first and worst. There are major ramifications of restricting new projects, and this is not thoughtful policymaking. The board has to ask itself, what is the human health cost if we stop building battery storage in our region? Yes to developing thoughtful standards, and yes to keeping the lights on. Thank you.
Hello and good morning. My name is Justin Castells and I am a San Marcos resident. I support stronger regulations and safety standards for battery storage systems, but I think it's important that the board consider how today's action could impact environmental justice in our region. Despite efforts to increase the renewable energy supply, we still have a significant portion of our energy coming from fossil fuels. A moratorium on battery energy storage would have the effect of exacerbating equity concerns by delaying our transition away from fossil fuels. We have natural gas facilities operating all over our county right now. Without rapid expansion of battery energy storage, we will continue to depend on natural gas. The toxic air pollution from the continued operation of these natural gas plants has real, measurable impact on the health of nearby residents, from Escondido to Chula Vista, from Miramar to El Cajon. The board can improve the safety of BESS without delaying the transition to clean air, which is only possible with BESS. Please vote no on the moratorium.
Thank you. Call the next three speakers, Corey Schumacher, Tanya Martinez, and Teresa Carroll.
Good almost afternoon. My name is Corey Schumacher. I am here on behalf of the 3,700 union electricians and power professionals of IBEW 569 to oppose any moratoriums and to urge you to require workforce standards for new BESS projects. To be clear, we support recommendations 1 and 3 and oppose recommendations 4 and 5. Further, there is a glaring omission in the options before you that should concern you and the public. Installation and maintenance errors are often the root causes of fires, electrical malfunctions, and other hazards on battery energy storage systems. So why are there no options addressing the workforce on BESS projects? Studies from UC Berkeley in 2022, the Contractor State License Board, and the National Fire Protection Association all have weighed in on best practices for workforce standards. We submitted a public letter detailing our data-driven recommendations to fill the void that is before you today by requiring energy storage and microgrid training and certification. Requiring BESS technicians to be certified would significantly reduce the risk of installation and maintenance errors. This proactive approach safeguards public safety and aligns with best practices in risk management, potentially lowering insurance costs and liability exposure for the county and project developers. We stand ready to assist as your partners in safety and encourage you to include energy storage and microgrid training and certification as best practices moving forward. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Board and staff. My name is Tanya Martinez. I'm a Senior Director of Development for AES. Recently, fires at battery plants have garnered significant media attention, but this increase in attention obscures an important fact. The overall rate of incidents at battery facilities have, in fact, sharply decreased over the last 5 years. In fact, there have been less than 20 incidents in the U.S. in the last decade. Over the last 5 years, deployment of battery storage in the U.S. increased more than 18 times, while worldwide safety events over the same period increased by a much smaller number, from 2 to 12 incidents. This incredible reduction in incidents is a direct result of the advancement of codes and standards to better address safety concerns. With the latest design approaches and national fire safety standards, we can expect battery storage to be even safer. We encourage the Board of Supervisors to hold the industry to strong safety standards, but these numbers show there's no need for a moratorium. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Vargas and supervisors. My name is Teresa Carroll. I'm the Vice President of Permitting and Real Estate at AES, and I'm also a San Diego resident. Safety is a top priority for AES, and we are deeply committed to constructing and operating the safest possible BESS projects in San Diego County and all of our projects across our portfolio. For our proposed Seguro battery energy storage project, AES has committed to meeting or exceeding the latest applicable version of NFPA 855 standard, which reflects the current best practice for preventing explosions and containing fires. AES has also proposed a containerized design for the project. AES is ready and willing to participate in any task force or stakeholder advisory group the county may convene. Our staff have worked on numerous BESS projects in jurisdictions nationwide and have valuable insight to share. We believe the board can move forward and strengthen safety standards without the need for a moratorium, and we look forward to collaborating with staff in the coming months. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll call the two remaining in-person speakers, David Stimson and Kania Zam Ampa.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is David Stimson. I'm a senior development manager at AES and a San Diego resident. In addition to being a critical component of meeting the state and the county's decarbonization goals, battery energy storage projects provide much needed grid stability, especially during heat waves like the one we've all experienced over the last several days. They reduce regional wildfire risk by reducing the need for long, high voltage transmission lines. They also provide unique economic benefits to the communities where they are sited. An economic impact study from the San Diego North Economic Development Council analyzed the proposed Seguro battery energy storage project and found economic benefits that include 458 temporary direct jobs and $11.5 million in tax revenue during construction, 18 permanent direct jobs and 17 permanent indirect jobs after construction during the operation phase, and over $100 million in property taxes that will be paid over the life of the project, which will go to local schools, to the fire department, and into the county's coffers. Because of these important benefits that battery energy storage projects bring to communities and would bring to communities like ours, I urge you to vote no on any moratorium. Thank you very much for your time.
Good morning, Chair Vargas and County Board of Supervisors. My name is Kenia Samarripa. I serve as Vice President of International and Public Affairs at the San Diego Regional Chamber of Commerce. As you know, the mission of the Chamber is to make this region the best place to live and work, and the Chamber represents 2,200 member businesses and 300,000 jobs across industries. We are proud supporters of the battery energy storage systems, BESS, throughout the San Diego region. I'm here today to urge you to reject any moratorium on permitting or development of BESS systems. The Chamber supports recommendations 1 through 3. Specifically, we support the board directing the continuation of new fire technical study requirements implemented in July. The requirement of fire technical studies is reasonable to developers and will help mitigate potential risks of these systems and help county firefighters respond more quickly and appropriate in the case of the fire. We are in strong opposition to a moratorium on these projects as it could have significant repercussions for local businesses and supply chains. A moratorium, no matter how temporary, will likely drive developers to seek regions outside of San Diego, thereby undermining both San Diego Community Power and Clean Energy's alliance efforts to prioritize local procurement of clean energy. The heat wave over the weekend also highlighted how BESS projects are critical in ensuring California's energy grid is reliable and resilient. Our region has faced fewer power outages in 2024 because of these systems. Additionally, these projects help jurisdictions they are developed in achieve economic goals, creating well-paying jobs, significant local property tax revenues, and a continued investment in local economy. Modern BESS systems are very safe, often outfitted with state-of-the-art fire suppression systems, including sensor technology, 24/7 monitoring, automatic shut-offs, and temperature controls. It is a false narrative that BESS systems in San Diego are catching fire at higher rates than other areas. And in fact, our existing BESS systems have proven to be safer and less risky than other systems throughout the country. Considering the ramifications of BESS moratorium and the positive impacts BESS can have on our communities, the Chamber asks that you vote no on any moratorium. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now hear from those that have requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted. You'll hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. Again, I'd like to remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking, and we'll begin with our first caller.
Thank you, Board, for this opportunity to comment. My name is Dory Rattray, and I'm a resident of Valley Center. I represent 3 family households in Valley Center, or approximately 200 acres. One family member lives within a half a mile of the lithium battery storage facility in our rural residential area of Valley Center, which is also yards within a main creek in our community. This family member is elderly and was asked to evacuate their home in September of 2023 due to the fire at the battery facility and because of potential hazardous emissions. I don't believe Valley Center is the best location for this type of energy source. I think we are in I know we're in a very severe high fire hazard zone, and we have already had 2 fires at our facility. I would like to ask the board to place a temporary pause on these facilities. I don't believe 2 fires in our area are acceptable and safe and reliable. I believe it's time to seek more research or complete a technical study of the emissions on people, even the land, the air, and the water. Quite a bit of our residents use water from wells in our community. I'm not sure that the risk is worth the reward at this point, and according to the EPA.gov website, most lithium batteries are likely to be hazardous waste when they're disposed of and may catch fire or explode if not handled correctly. So right now, only less than 5% are being recycled. So it might be the next hazard waste concern for our community. I encourage the board to seek alternative energy sources and technologies and maybe revisit the climate action goals. I vote for a pause until more studies are completed.
Thank you. We'll go to our next speaker.
Yo Mama here. Hey, I've been listening to this for a couple hours, and the energy companies always have these young girls coming out talking bullshit. That's how they do it, man. They're just lying. They're young girls. They're naive. They're paying them a salary.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to please address the item.
Well, I'm addressing the item. It's energy thing. The energy company bring out these young girls talking, it's great, because they have ulterior motive. But when Cesar talks, his family's been downwind from a thing that's causing his wife big-time problems. And you guys are sitting there. I would think everybody should address the board, turn around and address the public. I think it'd be cool. And also, they should take out the toilet paper in the back and let you guys wipe your ass with your hands until the sewage problem is taken care of. That's a real emergency. I don't know, maybe not. Just take the toilet paper out.
Okay, so this is your first warning. You're off topic, sir. You're either going to focus on the item or you're going to forfeit your time.
Let's go.
We'll go to our next caller.
Good afternoon. My name is Victoria Boyd, and I am a permitting project manager at AES. Adopting a moratorium would not be consistent with the county's legally binding climate action plan. It is widely understood that achieving the county's goal of 90% renewable energy by 2030 is not possible without battery energy storage. According to the County Energy Commission, the state currently has only a small fraction of the energy storage needed to reach the statewide goal of 100% renewable energy by 2045. The county's climate action plan states that the county will develop policies and programs to increase renewable energy use, generation, and storage in the unincorporated areas. A moratorium would directly undermine the county's ability to meet those goals. Further, a moratorium would not only prevent BESS deployment, but would also halt solar development within the county, as a vast majority of new solar development is co-located with BESS. For these reasons, I urge you to vote no on any BESS moratorium. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to our next speaker.
Is tomorrow's problem. It is ironic that this item is on the agenda the same day as the South Bay biochemical hazmat toxins, aka sewage crisis. But unlike that horse, which is already out of the barn, you have the power today to proactively prevent future injury for this environmental justice issue. The recent BESS fires in Escondido and Otay Mesa highlight how absolutely inappropriate these projects are for residential areas, yet they continue to be greenlit and placed next to homes like was done recently in Chula Vista by the Stone Creek Apartments. These projects are also completely inappropriate for very high fire severity zones. The government cannot label areas high risk, then turn around and invite high-risk fire hazards into those communities. So please add language to prohibit these projects in high and very high fire severity zones. The prudent question we really need to ask is, do the benefits of these projects supposedly bring really outweigh the negative impacts they present in cost and threat to human and health safety? Corporations profit, but everyday residents suffer and pay the price. I urge you to take a pragmatic pause on these projects, apex health and human safety. Do not prioritize the desires of for-profit stakeholders over those of us actually bearing the risk. Otherwise, you are environmental justice sellouts. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to our next caller.
All bold, battery energy storage facilities, or BESS, are dangerous and need strict limits, especially in politically less powerful areas like East County, which is a huge wildfire hazard zone, but does not have a vote at Sandag, the County Transportation and Plot Planning Agency. The board should designate safe areas for these away from houses, schools, and hospitals, and wildfire zones or water sources which they would pollute. And then County Fire wants to investigate the cause of just one BESS fire? Crazy. I recommend a legal enhancement for those who start BESS wildfires to include those who situate a BESS facility in a high-risk area, which includes near civilization, with inadequate precautions. There should be an extra year for each death it causes and an extra fine to make up for extra firefighter time and resources. We need a moratorium on new BESS facilities in wildfire, environmentally protected or populated areas, probably longer than 45 days, until we can come together and create limits such as were proposed last meeting. Please consider the county, not the smooth-talking industry rep. Listen to people like Joe Rowley, who spoke earlier. Do your duty to the whole county and do not kick this can down the road again. The Mesa burned for about a week. Firemen were monitoring even longer instead of being elsewhere. And then
Go to our next speaker.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Kathleen Lippett, and thank you, Supervisor Desmond, for bringing forward this risk of fire risks from planning groups. It's too bad that the county didn't listen to them. The green rush to alternative forms of energy permitted for-profit companies like these, as well as companies like marijuana or hemp grows, similar reasons, putting profit before people. The county's impulsive decisions have created the problems we are hearing about today. The fire risks and short lives of BESS facilities were ignored. They have not reduced but dramatically increased the cost of energy and reliability for residents that have been exposed to health and property risks. Additionally, the risk of BESS permittees declaring bankruptcy or having to sell for pennies on the dollar, as hundreds have previously done, is very real. Energy traders and political electeds should stop gambling with taxpayer-backed funding. A welcome decision would be one on behalf of the safety and health of your residents, instead of those with economic conflicts of interest like BESS developers or union workers. Equally, if not more important than incentivizing fire suppression technologies necessary to protect the public and environment, safer and more economical technologies that are... Please allow the... I'm sorry, I'm getting another stupid scam call. Please allow the moratorium, permanent moratorium, open-ended, not just 45 days. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to our next speaker.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Lucero Weber, formerly Lucero Sanchez. I'm a resident of Escondido, California, and I'm here to oppose a moratorium on battery energy storage systems, also known as BESS. I have a degree in environmental systems from UCSD and have been a member of several local environmental organizations, including the county's Health and Quality Advisory Board. Battery energy storage systems play a crucial role in modernizing power grids by providing flexibility, reliability, and improved integration of renewable energy sources. As the most biodiverse county in the contiguous United States that is already seeing the effects of climate change, we cannot afford to waste time setting moratoriums on systems that we need to move forward over misinformation. And we should be reviewing projects on a case-by-case basis. The risk of fire at BESS facilities is extremely low, and when an incident does occur, energy storage systems are designed to vent and contain fire safely within the individual unit to prevent thermal runaway and protect surrounding communities. This is precisely what happened last week. The fire affected one of 24 containers on site and was allowed to burn itself out as the current fire protocols advise. Air quality testing was conducted and indicated no threat to public safety. I live a handful of blocks away from this incident, and my strong support for BESS remains unwavering. The batteries at the SDG&E fire were circa 2015 and had a much lower ignition temperature based on the battery chemistries we saw 10 years ago. While all energy technologies carry some level of risk, the safety of BESS facilities has significantly improved with advancements in technology and adherence to rigorous safety standards. I urge you not to support a moratorium. Thank you for your time and consideration. Let's continue to move forward.
Thank you. Go to our next speaker.
Honorable Chair Vargas, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, and Supervisors, good afternoon. Christina Marquez, Environmental Organizer of IBEW 569. I urge you to oppose any moratorium on BESS applications and urge you to require workforce safety standards as conditions of approval for new BESS projects. IBEW 569 general electricians are highly skilled and trained to mitigate the risks associated with the installation and maintenance of BESS. But we are not always the workforce doing the work on county BESS projects. We think this is a critical issue you should be addressing today. We urge the board to require workforce standards, likely energy storage and microgrid training, and conditions of approval on these future battery energy storage system facilities. Our neighborhoods are counting on you. Please consider this. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. We'll go to our next speaker. is your turn to speak. You may be muted.
Okay. Good morning, supervisors. My name is Oliver Smith. I am a resident of Valley Center that lives downwind from the Valley Center BESS facility. The BESS projects, either in the approval process or that have been completed, have needed to demonstrate compliance to recognize standards developed for such projects. The 3 BESS fires noted of late would indicate those standards are not adequate, even for new facilities. The board needs to provide a temporary moratorium to advance state-of-the-art practices for BESS health and safety. Therefore, it is necessary to determine what activities above and beyond meeting the compliance minimum requirements are being proposed or done. Then those additional activities need to be incorporated for each of the BESS projects, whether completed, contemplated, or in the pipeline for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to our next speaker.
Well, good afternoon. This is Landon Lerner. I'm a father of 3 and a resident of Harmony Grove. I agree with something that was said earlier, which is this is a bit of a false choice between renewable energy sources and proximity to homes. I think this is really all about proximity to homes. As a resident of Harmony Grove, I'm firmly opposed to this Segura facility. We all shouldn't have to be making a choice between the safety of our children in our residential communities and the ability to have renewable energy. There just has to be a better way in 2024. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to our next speaker.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Scott Murdershaw, and I'm the executive director of the California Energy Storage Alliance, a trade association that represents the energy storage industry. We strongly oppose a moratorium because it would both undermine state and county reliability and clean energy goals and would not contribute to the protection of public health. Energy storage is safe. Of the more than 175 utility-scale energy storage facilities operating in California, 5 have experienced a fire or overheating event. While that's 5 too many, not a single injury occurred from these incidents, and monitoring by air quality officials at these incidents and elsewhere has never found concentrations of toxic emissions hazardous to public health. Specifically regarding last week's incident, Escondido's Fire Department Division Chief stated that hazardous levels of toxic fumes weren't detected even within 5 feet of the project, and that emissions from an energy storage fire are comparable to those from a house or car fire. I encourage you all to read Monday's Voice of San Diego article on this topic. Energy storage plays a critical role in keeping the lights on right now, today. We've grown capacity from 770 megawatts in 2020 to over 10,000 megawatts, and this has made the difference between rolling blackouts 4 years ago and riding out the most recent heat wave without a call from grid operators to conserve energy. In the next 2 years, we must also close 3 large, ancient coastal gas-fired power plants that harm marine life due to their use of ocean water for cooling. To retire those plants and Diablo Canyon while maintaining reliable service, we will need thousands more megawatts of energy storage in the next 2 to 5 years. The reliability challenge is immense, and energy storage is the only fossil-free solution. We prioritize safety, and we support the staff proposal to require future projects to comply with the most recent NFPA standards, as described in Recommendation 5. However, we oppose the proposed prohibition on non-containerized projects for reasons that we described in our written comments. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Go to our next speaker.
Gambler here. How you guys doing? You know, this wouldn't have never been an issue, honestly, if we were successful in recalling Governor Newsom, because immediately after that faulty election, he implemented, we're going to do this regardless of anything. Now, I find it funny the fact that the global activists want to go ahead and strip mine and also encourage slave labor to mine the cobalt farms. I mean, we want this to happen, We want to go ahead and destroy big out there, even though there's a one plant that grows only there. So let's give that up just so that we have batteries. Ignoring all the other means to go ahead and get energy, like the truth about fossil fuels and all that. Matter of fact, we could go ahead and turn algae into biodiesel in a very, very short period of time, which is extremely renewable and all that stuff. There's a guy that's going around turning plastic waste into diesel and fertilizer, completely recycling that. But we don't want to go ahead and explore any other option because that does not line the people who is making the choices pocketbook. And we all know that they don't work for us. They most likely work for what? ACLU? I think the majority of you guys are proud members of, if not chair people of, or something like that. Which, you know, go around and register people. I wouldn't even doubt them falsely registering people so they can gain access to their ballot so they can push the...
Thank you. Your time is up. We'll go to our next speaker.
Amen, Gambler. This is Consuelo. Yeah, and to the previous caller before Gambler, wow, nice script. It just kind of reminds me of when the Surgeon General was saying how smoking is safe for pregnant women. Remember that? These come from slave labor. Children mining this stuff. Don't believe what I say, research it for yourselves. And just like with 5G, cell towers, they don't care how close these facilities are to family homes. They don't care. They don't care. There's been so many fires from these battery storage places. They pose a greater threat than a cow farts, okay? So the carbon footprint left behind from these batteries and solar panels are beyond bad for the environment. Again, this local government continues to operate so recklessly with our lives and our hard-earned tax dollars. They continue to prioritize profit over the people. When is enough enough? I'm done.
Thank you. We'll go to our next caller.
It's truth the county's anti-science and anti-public health decisions to encourage and enable deadly battery energy storage sites everywhere, even near people's homes and businesses, verges on criminal negligence and dereliction of duty, and the county will be sued for endangering people's property and lives. These things are constantly causing fires, and those lithium fires emit toxic cancer-causing chemical emissions like hydrogen cyanide that are harming people's health and destroying the environment. It's real and it's unsafe, Nora, just like Mexico's sewage. Not to mention, in order to out a lithium fire, it has to either be allowed to burn for an unknown amount of time as it continues to reignite again and again, or if water is used on a lithium fire, the fire will either get worse or the amount of water used is outrageously more than any regular fire. Then that water becomes hazardous runoff. None of this junk like lithium batteries, solar panels, or wind turbines can even be recycled. Nothing clean about lithium infrastructure or the green agenda that's killing the planet. But who's benefiting? Big government and big corporations. Governments can claim they're being green, while companies like SDG&E and Community Power see skyrocketing profits, while regular people lose their homes from fire and get cancer. There's no real substitute for natural gas power generators in an emergency. Note of the backcountry being the sacrifice zone for energy redistribution to the city of San Diego's use. There needs to be a permanent moratorium on junk that is known to be harmful to human health. No to putting hardworking firefighters' lives at risk of cancer. No compromise with school, business, or residential restrictions or enclosures. Nope, just none of the best sites anywhere, except maybe next to Community Power, SDG&E, and Semper CEO's personal mansions. Every county and state needs to sue the state over the Solar Rights Act for all of its negative effects on human life. No to best BS.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. All right. So I want to say thank you to the team who's been working on this issue and for all the information. I mean, I think for me, the battery energy storage systems, I believe, are modernizing and vital for our grid and supporting renewable energy resources. BESS projects are critical to replacing outdated and polluting power plants, particularly in frontline communities. And these systems really do reduce reliance on peaker plants and lower emission, contributing to environmental justice goals that we have been trying to address. They are a critical technology to ensure that we have a safe, clean, and stable energy supply, but I believe we must ensure their safe deployment through thoughtful consideration that protects both the residents, workers, and first responders. After a lot of conversations with the chief and our firefighter team, I think that imposing a moratorium may not be the best approach and could potentially jeopardize the programs we have made in the clear energy space. Rather than halting progress in a moratorium, we should focus on establishing clear safety standards or best practices that I think will allow us both to address concerns and continue advancing clean energy solutions for the county of San Diego. Absolutely, I believe fire safety measures are crucial and support the requirements for technical fire suppression reports prepared by our fire protection engineers for all BESS projects. I was very specific about the questions that I asked related to the Otay Mesa recent fire. We've been working very closely on that particular issue and how that impacts our communities, but it is in an industrial zone, and so there's a lot of conversations around that. With that, I think it's essential that all technical studies and safety measures are made public. Transparency is going to be key in ensuring that community trust and allows residents to fully understand how these projects will affect them. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have our colleagues have a discussion, and then we'll continue to move forward. So, Vice Chair, Chair Lawson-Remer.
Okay, thank you. First of all, just really appreciate everyone coming out today on this important topic. I mean, just want to share kind of my thought process and what I've been thinking through on this issue facing our community. I think, first of all, it's vital that we protect the health and safety of residents. I think that's a non-negotiable, and that is, without a doubt, our sort of first obligation as elected representatives is to ensure that the health and safety of our communities are front and center and are always protected. And certainly, I think the fires in at some of these recent fires at these battery storage facilities have caused folks to have some concerns, and I really appreciate everyone reaching out about that. It's really important that we center those concerns. Obviously, I think at the same time, we have an urgent climate crisis knocking on our doorstep. It is absolutely imperative that we make the investments and are really serious about our green energy transition and moving towards green infrastructure that will reduce our reliance on fossil fuels and also create more energy resilience here in San Diego County. And those battery storage facilities are absolutely essential and integral part of our climate strategy. And so these are both, I think, really important imperatives that I'm focused on and looking to make sure that we're advancing in both ways. So I just before kind of sharing where I'm at, I wanted to better understand a couple things that I had some questions on. So I think the first question was what would be appropriate? Should I just ask Chief Meacham at his seat, or is that appropriate? Okay. So for our fire chief, who I know has been thinking a lot about how to protect our communities from fires in general, and particularly around the battery storage facilities. So my first question involves these warehouse-style facilities, and kind of it's currently on our docket as recommendation number 5, which would be a moratorium on warehouse-style facilities. But I'm a little confused because my understanding was that we already were moving towards fire safety codes that would no longer permit warehouse-style facilities. So I just was hoping you could better kind of like bring me up to speed on that, the kind of question of the containerized versus the warehouse facilities, and is that something you're already looking to address in the fire code?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor. Certainly, we see a clear distinction between warehouse-style facilities and containerized facilities. The warehouse facilities present significant problems for us due to just the sheer number of batteries, the proximity to other batteries, and our ability to effectively mitigate a fire. Containers tend to be considerably smaller, the separation is greater, and so we definitely want to move towards and look at the containerized systems. We can make facts and findings through the fire code to support that. I have Deputy Fire Marshal Dave Nissen here who can give you those specific requirements if you would like them. All of the 10 projects that are currently in the entitlement process are all proposed to be containerized. I think the results of our recently enacted technical study, as those results come back, are going to continue to show us that those containerized type design is a much safer path. And so I don't know, Dave, if you want to come up and address it specifically, if we have the ability through the fire code to limit warehouses. I'm going to defer to council and Chief Nissen to come up. But I can tell you we certainly would like to see and support the containerized versions.
Yeah, that would be great. That would be very helpful, because I think one of my concerns about the way Recommendation 5 is put out is it only apply in a forward-looking way. And obviously, if these fires are a risk, it seems to be, if we already know this is an issue, it seems to make more sense to, if this is already happening through the fire code. But I wanted to better understand that. Yeah,
Supervisor. So for the building style ESS facilities, the fire code does not preclude them from continuing to come forward for permitting. But what we'll see from the industry is that the efficiency of being able to bring on the containers is where most developers or applicants are coming from. It's cheaper, it's faster. With regard to fire protection, burn time in a container is much shorter. There's going to be less smoke production because of the shorter burn time, because fewer batteries in the container versus what we saw with the Gateway incident, where we had a fire actively burning for 17 days. So. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this is very helpful. I think the other question I had, I guess for Chief Meacham and for yourself, I think one of the things that seemed missing from what staff brought forward, and certainly was really centered in the testimony of all of our residents, is just where these facilities are being built, and kind of a need for a buffer, and making sure that there's a residential buffer, that these facilities are not near residences. That, to me, when I think about this, it's like, okay, what would I be comfortable with on my block? At the core end of the day, that's my question. Like, would I be comfortable with something on my block? And I would want to ask our fire department, hey, is this too close to my house or not? And so is this something that we could look at through the fire code? I know you guys are already in the middle of an analysis. Is this something we could look at in terms of a residential buffer? Partly because let me just clarify why I'm asking this question. I think that gets to the core of the issue, right? It's like, we don't want these facilities near where people live, but my understanding from County Council is that we couldn't create zoning requirements around these battery facilities without our many-year EIR process, which would take forever. But the fire code could, and our zoning process, it would take a couple of years. So that's the kind of context for my question. I'm trying to figure out, how do we get to the nub of this as fast as possible, so we deal with projects that are already in the pipeline, as opposed to just something in projects 2 years from now once something's finished. So
Vice Chair, I'm gonna have Amy respond.
Thank you.
Through the chair, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, Chief Meacham can speak to the consultant study that they currently have in process, and what that study is going to be evaluating.
Okay, thank you so much.
Certainly, thank you. So we share the same concerns on having adequate setbacks and more clearly understanding the dispersion of potential toxic fumes. And so within the fire code, we have the ability to make additional facts and findings. In order to make those facts and findings, we have a fire that takes 17 days to extinguish. Our staff has huddled up and really said we need to have a greater understanding of these fires. And so with the board's support, we are bringing on a technical study that is going to help us define all of these things. And certainly as part of that analysis from our technical study is going to be to looking at dispersion models and setback criteria. One of the key things that's going to be important is to understand what are the inputs to that. You know, the air density, the resistance to movement, the temperature of those fires, the ambient air temperature, all of those things are going to potentially affect the dispersion. And so we need to get through the technical report. We need to digest that technical report. We certainly want to reach out to the other fire districts and have some community engagement on what those inputs are. But I certainly would like to see those modeling in our analysis of the projects so that we can, make data-driven, definitive safety decisions. And I don't want to say that we are over or under evacuating now, but I would say we are having larger evacuation areas out of an abundance of caution because we don't understand at a technical level right now what those exposure thresholds are. So short answer, Supervisor, is yes, we believe a setback is absolutely a requirement, and then also being able to quantify what an explosion hazard or a toxic exposure hazard and the distances that those would be.
Okay, that's very helpful. That was, I think, my understanding, but I just wanted to confirm. So with that in mind, I'd love to make a motion, just put something out there for my colleagues to consider. I think I would move that we approve recommendations 1, 2, and 3. And disapprove recommendations 4 and 5 because I don't think a blanket moratorium is what's necessary. What we really need is to deal with the fire hazard and any kind of making sure that these facilities aren't anywhere near residential, anywhere where people live. And so then I'd like to add an additional recommendation 6 that would read, direct the Chief Administrative Officer to have the county fire chief analyze appropriate residential buffer distances based on plume modeling and develop a plan for battery energy storage system facilities and report back to the board in 45 days with an interim update and then back to the board by December 11th with a full plan. So that would be, maybe if we have it, we could put up, that would be my motion so that we could really get to the heart of this, which is these facilities being near residential areas, and do that quickly because that would be included in the fire code instead of kicking the can down the road. So just putting it out there.
Second.
All right. Supervisor Desmond?
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it. I don't know if I'm on screen or not here at this point, but I do want to thank PDF. Yeah. Okay, that's good. Well, first of all, I want to thank the staff. I mean, they came back in 2 months with something, which is, lightning speed for government. So I really want to thank Davia and your team for bringing this back as quickly as possible. We had this in July, and here it is already. But I do think, in the time since I introduced this item in July, we had another battery fire at the SDG&E facility in Escondido. And I do think the people we represent have a right to be concerned, especially when businesses closed, schools were shut down, evacuation orders were in place, exactly what these fires are putting out, and there's a big concern. So I do have a couple of questions, and I have some more comments. I guess, first of all, for Chief Meacham, is the fire when do you expect to come back with a fire code update? And then does it take like 1 or 2 readings for us to implement that? Or what's your timeline for that fire code update?
So, Supervisor Desmond, the fire code is updated every 3 years, so the next code adoption cycle will be in 2026. As soon as we get our technical study back, which we anticipate having that technical study back the first part of October, and we have a chance to digest that material, then we can make facts and findings on projects immediately related to that technical study. We're also going to require the applicants to do their own technical study through a licensed fire protection engineer and safety expert. We will then peer review their technical studies. And so we will be able to enforce those new requirements through making facts and findings until the next fire code adoption cycle occurs in 2026.
So, okay, wait a minute. I missed that last part. So you're not going to be able to implement this new fire code update until 2026, or you can do it sooner?
So we can do it sooner. It's the same practical effect. It will be in the fire code in 2026, and in the interim time now, we will make those recommendations through a series of facts and findings.
So, okay, so you could do it as soon as February, January, what?
You know, the timeline, we expect the consultants' report back in early October. I think one of the critical components of this is there are multiple fire agencies that serve the unincorporated areas, and we have a commitment from the other fire chiefs that we all want to move forward with the same set of standards, and so I think outreach to the other independent fire protection districts is going to be critically important to this. We understand the urgency of this, and so I'd like to say, you know, early part of January or right after the first of the year, we hope to come back. But some of that is going to be dependent on the ability to work with our other partners. If it was just county fire, we could probably move forward a little bit quicker.
Okay, so, all right, so thank you for that. And then
Supervisor Desmond?
Give me a second, Supervisor Desmond.
I just wanted
Vice
to.
Chair has a question.
No, I just wanted to clarify my motion. I just, and this, just so you know, the motion I made would ask them to come back by December 11th. So just wanted to put that, to have, to enforce that by December 11th. Maybe, I just want to make sure that you caught that.
Well, but it doesn't sound like he's going to have it by December 11th for the fire code update.
Hold on 1 second.
Chairwoman, supervisors, just to clarify, and Chief, correct me if I'm wrong, please, but these are things that we can come back in that time frame in December, and these are things that you're able to go ahead and implement administratively through your fire code powers. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So we could do it before all the firefighters and the different agencies weigh in on it? I guess I'm kind of confused. I mean, I like the date of December 11th, that's fine, but if the chief's telling us it's going to take time to vet this through other agencies, I want to make sure we have all the information before if we have to kick the can. So I think I like your amendment number 6, but I do think that we need some clarification on when we can get that information back. And if we can act on it in December, hallelujah. But I'm not clear that that's going to be the case.
Yeah, Supervisor, I'm a little hesitant confidence in our consultant that they're going to bring us a good report back. I think what I can't speak to is what is going to be the acceptance from the community and the other fire agencies on the validity of that report, right? And so obviously if the report comes back and we have wide consensus from the fire agencies and the community, I think the December 11th threshold is a realistic timeline. But we may get feedback from the community or stakeholders that they disagree with what is in our technical report. And that's why I'm hesitant to give the board an answer today. I certainly think we would like to commit to the December 11th, and we will do everything within our power to do that. But I think we have to be open as a transparent process to what's in that and what we're ultimately going to enforce.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor, give me a second. Can you? No, I'm going to give you time to speak all your questions. I want to make sure, can you put the motion back? Because the motion, I want to make sure everybody can look at the actual motion and what the motion states. Because the December, so report back to the board in 45 days with an interim update and return to the board by December 11th with a plan. That is what you're requesting, and part of the plan includes can we implement it or not? It's not definitive. So I want to make sure that that's clear as we're having this conversation. And we're taking into consideration Supervisor Desmond's request as to figure out, could we implement it? And so the discussion we're having right now is that would be our goal, but not necessarily sure that we can commit to it completely, because we do need to have community input, and transparency is utmost one of our top priorities. So I just want to make sure that that's clear. So I think we're all on the same page with this. It's just making sure that everybody's understanding where we're at. So I'm sorry, Supervisor. Go ahead, Supervisor Desmond.
Okay, I have another question and then some more comments. On the Gateway project that burned for 17 days, and this was our, I don't know if this is our only warehouse project, or if there's other warehouse projects located within the county. But I guess this is for staff. Anything we do, because it was permitted in 2013-ish, timeframe, are they going to be able to rebuild that warehouse and put it back operating again? Even if we make any of these rule changes in the future here?
Supervisor Desmond, I'm again going to defer to Deputy Fire Marshal Dave Nissen. Dave is leading the efforts in terms of the Gateway complex.
Supervisor, so yeah, with regard to Gateway, it is their intent to rebuild Building 3, which is the location of the fire. However, we have put them on notice that the entire facility will have to come up to whatever the rules are with regard to fire prevention, detection, and suppression system. So it will be a modern alarms and suppression that will go into the building.
But it's still going to be a huge warehouse where the containers seem to be doing their job of containing, where this warehouse that burned for 17 days is still a warehouse.
That's correct. It'll still have the same amount of batteries that it had pre-fire, but it'll be newer batteries and newer detection suppression.
Well, I kind of wish that we had the capability to tell Gateway that no, the warehouses are no longer going to be allowed here in San Diego County, but they're going to be able to rebuild it. So, all right, well, thank you for that clarification. So I just want to, when I brought this thing forward, I've learned a lot in the last few months about best products and the facilities. And one of the things, and one of the speakers actually, 20, and I don't know if it's 30, I thought it looked more like 40 from the map I saw, but if there's 30 of them out there, the county's only approved 3 of them. So 90% of these facilities in San Diego County are approved by the California Public Utility Commission because they approve whatever best facilities if they're attached to a utility like SDG&E. So if they're an SDG&E best product, they don't come through the county process. They don't even have to follow our process. They don't have to go by anything, even if we put a moratorium or all these other things in place. The CPUC doesn't have to abide by it. They're a state agency. I would like to see some type of, once we come up and we finalize with this best program or plan, that we work with the CPUC and make sure that we are, that hopefully they're in the same compliance that the county has set forward. But, that was one of the, kind of the big aha moments that came to me was most of these aren't even going to go through the county or the county process, which I think is very unfortunate. I do agree with the recommendations of 1, 2, and 3 in the as far as what recommendations by the staff. Particularly 3 that has a new technical study prepared by a fire protection engineer who details the proposed fire safety properties. I just want to make sure that that individual is not coming from the applicant, that this fire protection engineer has to be an outside engineer or has to be somebody that's been approved by county, not necessarily somebody internal from the applicant is going to be providing that engineer. Is that, can I have staff comment on that? And then I have a little bit more. Hello?
So Supervisor, it's Chief Meacham discussing with staff. So they would have to be done by a licensed fire protection engineer. I think the question for staff and council is, could we use a approved county list similar to what we do with SECA, or would it be on the applicant? One thing I'm very clear on is we have our own consultant at County Fire, and we will certainly peer check and cross-review any technical study that an applicant brings forward, but I'm deferring to other staff and council if we can restrict the applicant to using our approved list.
I think that would be beneficial as if they use our approved list. So thank you very, very much. I do have one addition, though. I guess I heard there was a motion. I haven't heard a second on it. I would like to have,
It was already seconded, sir, by Supervisor Anderson and myself at the same time, but we gave it to Supervisor Anderson.
Okay, I'd like to, I guess, make a substitute motion that includes item 5. Item 5 is a moratorium on non-containerized best facilities. That's the moratorium, and it's only for 45 days. So I think we should not allow warehouse facilities even to apply at this point in time. The item 5 just has it has a couple things, but it has it's a moratorium with the 2020. I think that's very important to have in there, that any project has to be consistent with the 2023 or later National Fire Protection Association standards. We don't have that in here. So without 5, so 5 brings a moratorium for only non-containerized, and it includes the 2023 fire standards, which should be included in any motion. So I'll make that substitute motion to include item 5. I didn't hear any seconds. But
there wasn't a second, but there's a question right now. So before I say that there's no second and we're going to continue on, I want to let Supervisor Anderson speak.
I don't know if the chief can answer this, but can you move forward with a project that doesn't meet the new fire standards that are in place right now?
So the 10 projects that are currently in process, we have notified all of the applicants that they're going to be subject to additional requirements based on our technical study, and we've also notified the applicants that they are going to have to produce their own technical study. And so we intend to enforce whatever new requirements that we come up with through our authority in the fire code to enforce those new standards on the projects that are currently in process.
Okay. All right, before I turn it over to my colleagues, when I was going to second the motion, but I didn't want to, because there's a couple of things that I want to make sure we change to number 3, add on to number 3. It's not up there right now, but so let me just share this with you. You can, if you accept it, what I would like to do is, currently it says, direct the continued requirement of the recently implemented new technical study prepared by a fire protection engineer, which details proposed fire safety properties of the design, operation, and use. I would like to, and then it says, and require these studies to be included. I would like to add, to be included at the earliest planning review stage, which I think helps some of the conversation that has been had around here and today during our conversation. And then it continues on for project applicant packages for new discretionary BES facilities. And then I would like to add, and acceptance of the technical study recommendations prior to applications deemed complete for all BESC facilities, and then the rest along with other projects. So if you can go ahead and put that up there, I would really appreciate that so that my colleagues can see that, and then you can let me know as a second, as a motion maker, and the second if that's something you would be willing to accept or not. So basically, I'm adding.
I'm good with it, but I'm only the seconder.
So I need to make sure.
Let me go back.
Yeah.
So it has underlines.
So
there we go. I'm sorry, it's so small, but
I can share it with you if you like.
just fill this up.
So under number 3, it would just be adding the underlining.
So basically, you're essentially kind of adding in the concern that Supervisor Desmond mentioned regarding following the National Fire Protection Association guidelines into 3, so that's...
So that you have, and it's the same, it's what both of you just discussed, it's just making it very clear on number 3 so that it's very specific about what we want.
Oh, that's great, and then it would happen now as opposed to later. I'm happy to accept that.
Okay, all right, thank you. Supervisor Anderson and then Supervisor Montgomery.
Thank you very much. There's one thing I want to point out, and you all are aware of this, but technology changes every day. And the notion that whatever we decide today or decide in December is permanent in perpetuity is not, I don't believe, correct. I think as technology comes up, we're going to want to make changes. We're going to adjust for those changes. And one of the things that I'd like the chief to consider before he comes back is that I know that we have hazard plans and emergency plans as these go in. Sometimes that is not very well defined, and there might be some elements that you may want to add that we could do on a local level. The other part is these technologies change all the time. Just in the last 2 years, we've seen all sorts of technological changes. It would be probably helpful if you were to look at continuing education, and if that is an element that needs to be included, that we have that education for those facilities, and perhaps as part of how we move forward, that in order to build those facilities, they have to include training the local fire department with what exactly they're dealing with, because each one of these requires a slightly different way of approaching it. And then, looking at perhaps some of the standards. We have new standards that have come about where people who are way more technically savvy on how to build this or how to tear them down or how to deal with them. And, I had the good fortune of spending a lot of time with fire chiefs in my district recently. And, one of the things that would probably be also helpful is if you looked at if it was helpful at all to have a phone number or somebody that was designated to the facility, so that if you showed up to the facility, that there'd be somebody there to answer a question in case there's an update that didn't make it through. And then, so far, every one of these fires, the manufacturer's been very good about it, but there's really nothing technical that I'm aware of that makes them liable for the fire. And I think that if we have to send an engine out there and that crew has to be there 7/24 for 17 days, there should be a mechanism that we recover those funds. And I don't know if that can be done through fire code or not, but I think looking at that to make sure that that's part of it, it's part of the safety so that we have the resources to meet the needs for the community. But, again, I just want to finish by saying there has to be enough flexibility in there that fire marshals and fire chiefs in some of the, I'm going to shift gears real quickly. We're only talking about fire code for the unincorporated. We're not talking about countywide. So I just want to make sure that's clear for people who are watching. But I want to make sure that we're flexible in our approach moving down. So, maybe in it says they have to somehow check in with the local fire marshal to make sure it's approved. When I was talking to different fire marshals and fire chiefs, every one of these, as much as they're standard, they're different. Sometimes they're built in areas where you have a consistent breeze. Sometimes they're built in an area where you have a slope. I mean, the topography plays a role. All these elements play a role. And while we have a great employees here in our planning department, I live in a very high fire zone, and I trust my local firefighters the most. They're the ones that show up at my house when I'm in trouble, and I want to make sure that you have every ability to check off every box that you want to see when you come back with the report. I know it's a lot of extra work, but I've also talked to a lot of folks who are already doing best practices throughout our county. So that's it for me. Thank you very much, and thank you for your presentation.
And just to clarify, the substitute motion fails due to a lack of a second. So there was no second on the substitute motion. So the only motion on the floor is the motion that is on the screen right now.
Thank you. You good?
Yeah, well, one last thing. Thank you for asking me. The CPUs is real problematic. If this process is so rigorous and there's a back door where people can just buy, when the chief comes back and presents, I'd like for staff to look at the potential of what we can do to help influence the CPU in terms of how they move forward. I get it that they want to put the infrastructure in, but it helps no one if they burn San Diego County down to its floor. So, Thank you.
Supervisor Montgomery Stepp?
I will be really brief. I do support what's on the floor. Right now, the motion on the floor, I think we have heard consistently from a lot of stakeholders, and so I think we're trying our best, especially with the cycles for those two things, how we can get the most done for our neighborhoods as soon as possible. That's what I'm interested in, and so I think, although aspirational, would love to see something come back in December with the timing of the technical study coming back to you all in October, hopefully. And so I'm fully supportive, but I do want to ask just a couple quick questions about the process, generally speaking. So with the technical study, we can add to the fire code what we need with regard to buffer zones in residential areas, or whatever you decide. Is that something that comes? Well, it's going to come back to us hopefully by December 11th. Is that part of that process? We see what and kind of give the authority of what you can use through the permitting process. Is that how this works?
Supervisor, essentially, yes. What we hope to garner from the technical study is the information and the processes to be able to make facts and findings. And probably the simplest way I could put this is a single battery, if we analyze a single battery, it's going to put off a certain set of hazards. If we analyze 10 batteries or 100 batteries, all of those are going to have different hazards. Then it's going to lead us to be able to make recommendations for distance setbacks and those types of things. There's a lot of information in the current fire code about the number of batteries, the size of containers, and that's why we felt it so important to bring in outside help to go through that and give us those tables and criteria so that we can make appropriate decisions.
Okay, and just the last question, the anticipated timeline in the report, does that change in any way based on what we have before us in the motion? Oh, okay, all right, thank you very much.
Ms. Amy.
Yes, thank you, Chairwoman, supervisors. I just want to make sure that we're understanding the intent, and I want to ask staff for help with this. We understand the sense of urgency here with what's before us, and I just want to check in with staff on the proposed amendment language for number 3. Is there anything that we would need to tweak in there from a process standpoint, understanding the sense of urgency that's before us here today?
Thank you, Amy. Through the chair, supervisors, the question is if the intent is for these regulations and requirements to apply to all projects, including those that are in process now?
Yes.
Okay, if so, in that case, we would make a technical recommendation to take out the terms prior to applications deemed complete. For the projects that are in process today, the applications have been complete, so this would not apply in those cases. We think if we simply retain the all language, that this would apply to all projects at the earliest planning review stage, that would allow us to implement this for existing projects in process and all future discretionary projects.
Okay.
Right here. Sorry.
Where is it?
Where's it at, though? Down?
No, you got it.
Got it.
It's for all
And Chair, I got my hand back up again.
Delete this.
I'm sorry, delete prior to applications deemed complete. I think those are the key terms.
Right here.
That's correct. And retain at the earliest planning review stage for all projects.
Okay, sorry.
And so maybe also take out the new discretionary projects. If the intent is for all, we'll replace that with all.
I'm just going to do it one at a time. So prior, this one?
Yes, please.
Correct. Okay, now?
Remove deemed complete.
Okay. And 4. Deemed complete 4. Removed. Okay, just deemed complete. Okay.
And then above it says new discretionary BESS facilities. We'll just say for all discretionary BESS facilities.
Okay, so we'll change new to all. Okay.
That's correct.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We're good. Vice Chair? Okay. All right, with that,
Chair?
give me 1 second.
Supervisor Desmond?
Give me 1 second, Supervisor. I just want to double check. Supervisor Mangovista, do you have anything else?
No, thank you.
Okay, I just want to make sure because your light's on. Okay, Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Chair. That was a little difficult being online here.
No, I'm sorry.
It's all right. Hey, I appreciate all the things that you've added in here. The fact that about the best practice safety standards, and all of those things in here. But I just cannot support this unless we have a moratorium on the non-containerized systems. I mean, that the warehouse burned for 17 days, and I can't believe that did not put out a lot of toxic smoke. And I know the South Bay is already inundated with sewer smell, and now having this warehouse there, it's not conducive. So I can't support this without a moratorium on the warehouse type of facilities, but I appreciate all the other add-ons that were put in. Thank you.
Understood. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Oh, I'll call roll call. Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
No problem at all. All right, so Supervisor Anderson.
Aye.
Supervisor Montgomery Steppe.
Yes.
Supervisor Desmond.
No.
Vice Chair Lawson Remer.
Aye.
And Chairwoman Vargas.
Vargas, yes.
And that motion passes with Supervisor Desmond voting no, all their supervisors being present and voting aye.
Okay. The next item will be item number 6. We're going to be right back. Okay, thank you.
The board is in recess and will return at 1:30 p.m.